Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. This is your host, Young Brando. We're here to talk watches once again in the late show. We're going to talk about François Paul Journe. We're going to talk about his brand and this wonderful auction that Christie's in Geneva has curated, and that is going to be held live in less than a month on May 12th in Geneva. But before that, I'm going to share today's find with you, which should preface this particular auction rather well. This was apparently a pièce unique that François Paul Jean made for a collector in 1997. It's in many ways a predecessor to the Vagabondage, to François Paul Jean's particular take on the jump hour, wandering hour complication. It has also its roots in a collaboration, in a commissioned work that he was doing for a major brand. But let's check out this watch first. Unlike the Vagabondage series, which are presented in a tonneau shaped case, this piece is in a 18 karat yellow gold case with a beautiful silvered guilloche dial, exposed balance wheel at the very center of the watch. Also, in so many ways, the focal point, the main visual attraction. That exposed balance wheel is framed also by a gold circle. The center of the dial is very exquisitely and finely decorated with Claude Paris hobnail style guilloche. And you basically have the entire center dial rotating, doing one revolution around the dial per hour, and indicating also with the arrow right above that aperture the minute as well. Roman numerals can be glimpsed through that very opening for the hour, which of course jumps at the top of the hour. This is a piece that François Paul Jean called Carpe Diem, Latin for seize the day. He has complemented the overall beautiful simplicity of the face of the watch by reducing his branding, so to speak, to an absolute minimum. You can see his initials right there, where it would be traditionally 6 o'clock or minute 30, FPG. And finally, you have the crown topped by a sapphire cabochon, which of course is a tip of the hat both to the style of Breguet wristwatches, but also, of course, to Cartier, since the Vagabondage was actually a commission by Cartier, presumably for the CP lineup they were inaugurating in 1998. And of course, the biggest, biggest sign of that, biggest expression of that is the fact that the Vagabondage case is basically a Cartier Tortue case, and it takes in to that watch a very perfectly form-fitted movement. But let's check out the movement of this watch, which is rather different from the Vagabondage, which we will see as part of the auction as well. As you can see, unlike the Vagabondage series, which became a trilogy over the years for François-Paul Journe, and which in each generation um, involved a different look and an even more spectacular combination. What we have here is a self-winding caliber, a micro rotor caliber at that is signed on the rotor weight with both the date, the year, I should say, and the last name, Journe. The movement in so many ways, and this is one of the aspects of FB Journe watches that I absolutely adore. Um, the movements are beautiful in their own way, but most importantly, they have an architecture that is always unique and that in many ways reflects the face of the watch. And I think the, that rule of thumb is also does also apply here, because what you have at the end of the day is a kind of decoration that is austere, masterful, and beautiful, just like the face of the watch, which is actually astonishingly simple, very minimalistic, but with the right amount of visual interest, which is quite literally framed, right, to draw your fullest attention to it, to that balance wheel. And everything else just puts the focus on a kind of technical feat that's executed with a certain competence, lightness, and simplicity. So this is a very beautiful watch. It is one of a kind. So even more impossible to own, even more unobtainable, even more unrealistic to aspire towards a piece like this. But I'm sure eventually it will come up for auction at some point, at which point we can probably salivate over it in a more meaningful and perhaps even more detailed way. Once again, this is a piece that long before Vagabondage, which was for the first time introduced as a special occasion of three pieces for the 30th anniversary of Antiquorum for Osvaldo Patrizzi and for charity. It was only then, after that, expanded to collectors. And later on, it also became a series of 69 pieces each, in pink gold and in platinum. In this case, you have a watch that precedes that development by about 7 years, 9 years, almost a decade before it becomes part of the FB Journe lineup, but also right before François-Paul Journe was about to develop something like this for Cartier, who ended up scrapping the project and who, perhaps thereby, without intending, opened the path for independence to François-Paul Journe, because that was around the time where he decided, hey, I should really go my own way, so I don't have to bow down to the will and caprice and arbitrariness of someone else's projects. And what a great decision that proved to be. So this is the Carpe Diem 1997, a wandering jump hour piece, a one of a kind by François Paul Journe, made for a Parisian collector by the name of Jean Aubet. All right, so there we are, the art of Paul Jean. We have looked through these listings. There are a lot of interesting and unique pieces in there, including the Holland and Holland chronometer in stainless steel, that's Tourbillon Souverain with the Regency dial, and even a wall clock, among many other interesting examples. My favorite is lot number 8, which is a triptych of the 3 vagabondage pieces in platinum. But let's start with lot number 1, which is chronomètre Souverain in the wall clock form, executed in stainless steel as an almost perfect larger than life replica. This lot is apparently offered without reserve. Battery operated, as one might expect. This quartz Epéjean wall faithfully reinterprets the legendary independent watchmaker's aesthetic codes with wonderful effect, featuring the same dial as its inspiration. Not only does it have the François Paul Jean signature blued steel hands with black numerals, the case is also delicately polished, works in perfect harmony with the guilloche on its white dial. It's 41 centimeter rather than 40 millimeters, so quite enlarged. And it combines style and utility, great decor in any home, or as a tribute to one of the greatest independent watchmaker in modern times. This is from around 2020, an Epéjean stainless steel wall clock in 41 centimeter of diameter as an oversized replica of chronomètre Souverain in stainless steel with an estimate of 15 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. At lot number 2, we have a Octa Sport Titanium. This is, of course, a bracelet watch, and it has a self-winding movement. Fully executed in titanium with the crown right around 4 o'clock. It's not really my style of a watch, admittedly, but I do appreciate the fact that the line sport watches don't just slap on a few different functions, a couple of complications that are perceived to be sporty, and be done with it. They are actually, again, kind of starting the process of design from scratch um, to create a watch that is still recognizable as an FP Journe piece, but in so many ways inhabits a very different aesthetic to everything that falls under the dressier, formal, and more conventional house style of François Paul Journe. So this is lot number 2, Octasport, number 378-ARS from around 2014, with an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 in Swiss francs. 42 millimeters in diameter, comes with the appropriate product literature, presentation box, and outer packaging. And it weighs only 7 grams. Number 3, this is the famous FP Journe Centigraphe in the sports version. Again, titanium on and titanium bracelet. You can once again see the movement on the back, which is this time a hand-wound chronograph movement, the Centigraphe movement 1506. And as you can tell, the registers are for 1/100th of a second, 20th of a second, and a 10-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock. This piece is from 2015 with the requisite warranty card and the packaging as well. 42 millimeters once again. And in a way, this piece goes about its own way of fashioning the movement in a material that matches the case, right? That in the sense that um, that in a way goes with that particular case material. If the Centigraphe Souverain has a movement fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold, this piece that is itself fully executed in titanium has a movement fashioned in aluminum. And let's read a little bit about this. The Centigraphe Sport titanium version was produced between 2014 and 2018. The Centigraphe itself was made between 2008 and 2018. Born from the encounter between François Paul Journe and Collector, and of course the erstwhile Ferrari team chief Jean Todt through the ICM Foundation, the Centigraphe Souverain was developed with the aim of producing the ideal chronograph for the world of car racing. Following extensive research on the balance of power in a movement, energy loss, motricity, and pushers, François Paul Journe created an unprecedented chronograph able to measure elapsed time from 1/100th of a second to 10 minutes. The hand of the second dial at 2 o'clock is making a tour in 20 seconds. And the third hand of the dial at 6 o'clock makes a tour in 10 minutes. And the hand of the first dial at 10 o'clock makes a turn in 1 second on a scale marked in hundredths of a second, making it possible, in theory, to time an object moving at 360,000 kilometers per hour, or approximately 1/3000th of the speed of light. The centigraph led FP Journe towards winning the top prize, which is Aiguille d'Or, of course, at GPHG for the third time since opening the manufacture in 2000. The centigraph Souverain was recognized as an unprecedented creation. The manually wound mechanical movement is the first in the world equipped to measure elapsed times from 1/100th of a second to 10 minutes. Equipped with a patented ergonomic reset button in the band at 2 o'clock, which can be rocked back and forth to make the chronograph start, stop, and return to 0, which is right here. The system is an ingenious variation of the standard buttons used in chronograph wristwatches on each side of the crown. Moreover, maintaining power and power reserve in this watch are highly efficient. The mainspring barrel features a maintaining power system to ensure that the driving force does not decrease during winding. Without utilizing the chronograph function, the mainspring can supply a minimum of 100 hours of power reserve and 24 hours if the chronograph is being operated continuously. This is the centigraph, and here you have the version centigraph Sport, which is presented in an aluminum movement, or rather in a titanium case, matched with a titanium bracelet, and the movement itself fashioned in aluminum. And again, it's a watch that's supposed to weigh around 70 grams, which is quite impressive, of course. This is lot number 3, with an estimate between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. We're continuing the theme of the line sport by FP Journe. We have a piece with an automatic movement. Again, a piece that's focused on lightness. Limited edition piece, aluminum, titanium on titanium. With a blue dial, power reserve, a day and night indicator, big date, and of course, small seconds on a subdial at 6 o'clock. This particular lot, when it sells, a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the Only Watch charity, which benefits the Association Monégasque contre les myopathies, for research into Duchenne muscular dystrophy. This is the FB Journe limited edition Octasport in titanium with a blue dial, fully executed in titanium with a self-winding movement fashioned in aluminum. Big date at around 12, slightly off center. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, you have the power reserve indicator. Right by 9 o'clock, you have the day and night indicator, and small seconds at 6. The estimated value of lot 4 is once again between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Hey, Basil, man, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Right, we have a black label. These rare, very exclusive, boutique exclusive, in fact, models by FB Journe. Black dials are exceedingly rare when it comes to the world of François Paul Journe's watches. This is a piece that is executed in platinum, presented on an alligator strap. As you can see, it has the chronometric movement fashioned in 18 karat pink gold, hand wound, caliber 1304. And in this case, you have a black guilloche dial with the hobnail decoration at the center, off-center, second subdial in an oversized fashion, and the power reserve at 3 o'clock right by the crown. And things are a little upside down in the world of FB Journe when it comes to the power reserve. It depends on how you're used to it, I guess, but when it's full charge, it's all the way down, and as it is depleted, it starts rising up. So 0 is right here, up here, and 56 is down here. This is the chronomètre souverain, which essentially is the FB Journe dress watch in platinum with a black dial. This is a piece from around 2008 with an estimated value of 60 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. The Black Label collection version of any François Paul Journe model is always the most prized and most difficult to obtain. The production is extremely limited. So Monsieur Journe only offers the Black Label collection pieces to existing FB Journe watch owners. This one is encased in platinum with a black lacquered dial, still with the guilloche decoration at the center. Personally checked by each Black Label watch is personally checked by François Paul Journe before being allocated. These timepieces were only available through the boutiques, and each boutique received only between 2 to 12 Black Label edition timekeepers each year. This is again number 5, chronomètre souverain, encased in platinum with the exclusive black dial. Another Black Label at lot number 6. This is a piece from 2016 with a self-winding movement, caliber 1300.3. This is the quintième perpétuel, so the perpetual calendar with a self-winding movement. The branding is in script at 3 o'clock. The power reserve is expressed with um, an up and down way. This time it's a 5-day power reserve at full charge. That is at 9 o'clock. You have the big date through a 2-window opening at 6 o'clock. You have under the hand stack with a micro hand the leap year indicator. Day of the week and month is left to the 2 apertures that are right above that leap year indicator, right above the hand stack. Hey, Mike David, nice to see you, man. This is again one of those exclusive Black Label editions. As you can see, the center, which has this sort of clover, 4-leaf clover kind of silhouette or shape outline, is actually a black lacquered piece. And this particular self-winding platinum FB Journe perpetual calendar belonging to the Black Label collection is expected to fetch somewhere around 80,000 to 160,000 in Swiss francs. Once again, we have a self-winding piece in platinum. The movement fashioned entirely out of 18 karat pink gold with the matching rotor weight in 22 karat gold. Guilloche decorated itself. The caliber is 1300.3. Now this is basically an annual calendar piece where you have the main dial on the right hand side of the watch face. You have a crescent-like scale for the date, which looks towards the crown. And that is actually a date indicator where you have a retrograde hand, which snaps back and right up at the beginning of the month. And the branding is actually surrounded or bookended by the day of the week above and the month below. Once again, everything is laid out on a black lacquered dial. This is a piece from around 2012. The Octa Calendrier, self-winding annual calendar by FB Journe in platinum in the Black Label edition with an estimated value of 120,000 to 220,000 Swiss francs. Thank you, Bruce G. I appreciate you, man. $4.99. Thank you for the $4.99. It is an absolute Sorry, man. It's been a long week. Oh, good God. It's an absolute pleasure as always. But this is great encouragement as well. I'm gonna send in the link for the auction down there. If you want me to look particularly at any of these lots, if you want me to go over them in any sort of detail, if you want me to pay particular attention to them, Bruce G, since you are so nice to send in that super chat, please let me know. I can go back, I can jump ahead, no problem whatsoever. There's something quite cool about the annual calendar system by François-Paul Journe, so I want to read this. The Octa Calendrier was François-Paul Journe's first annual calendar wristwatch and the third complication to be integrated into the Octa self-winding caliber series. The integration of an annual retrograde calendar while maintaining the dimensions of the movement was another significant horological achievement, as was the system whereby all the indications are set via the crown without the need for extra pushers on the caseband. Now, that is, I think, once again, a great signature of François-Paul Journe. It is at once a practical, utilitarian, but also an aesthetic and artistic achievement, because I'm sure most people who like calendar watches, annual calendar, perpetual calendar, chronograph, pieces, triple calendars, whatever else, we are used to those extra pushers on the caseband. Um, but it's a kind of affinity, it's a kind of familiarity that comes with uh, a sort of warts and all approach. You know, you love something, so you love the way it comes to you, right? You love the way it simply is, simply because it cannot be any other way. But obviously, from an aesthetic standpoint, having clean case bands and having everything simply adjusted with the crown is at once much more practical and much more neat. So um, again, it's a simple thing, but once it's done, you see it and you experience it in a way that's like, why doesn't everyone do it like that, right? That's one of the reasons why I kind of, as much as I don't necessarily like the way the brand is today, I kind of worship at the altar of 80s IWC, because you had Kurt Klaus implementing through a simple module, simple in its execution. I'm not saying simple in its invention, but through a simple module on Valjoux 77 base, Kurt Klaus made a perpetual calendar chronograph where you could adjust everything synchronically by the crown. Mind blowing. And that was that IWC Da Vinci perpetual chronograph, perpetual calendar chronograph. When it was introduced, it was the first um, perpetual calendar chronograph in serial production after the Patek Philippe 1518. Imagine, for 44 decades, no one else made in serial production a perpetual calendar chronograph. And it took the ingenious intervention of someone like Kurt Klaus to produce a module that made it feasible, that made it possible, that also made it economically viable to produce something like that in series, to be able to maintain it, to be able to service it. So that's something I appreciate. But again, at the level of high horology, sometimes we don't necessarily see these sorts of practical and neat solutions, and one needs to admire it when it actually, greets us, when it actually comes along our way. Hey, Ozzy. I hope you're feeling better, man. Nice to see you. Guys, please check out Aussie Expat Watches. He's our resident analytical guru. I mean, he does a lot of things really well. Don't take me wrong. He's not only analytical, but I think he has a very sharp mind. So please subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches. I'm sending the link to the chat. Ali Raza, 2755. Thank you so much. Who are Jean's contemporaries in terms of complexity, elegance today? Provide an example or three. Please clarify in terms of, are we talking about younger watchmakers? Are we talking about people who are a little more obscure? Are we talking about who matches him today? Because, but if you mean his contemporaries, I have made the outrageous statement before, half in jest, that the Holy Trinity is now Philippe Dufort, Kari Voutilainen, and François Paul Jean. So for me, there's that. But then again, this is in no way to take away from the achievements of a brand like De Bethune, for example, not to take away from both the aesthetic vision and technical ingenuity of someone like Denis Flageolet. It is not to take away from people like Recep Recepi, who keep winning the men's watch awards whenever they enter with simple, seemingly simple dress watch. It's not to, again, it's not to take away from the incredible value that a lot of German and Austrian brands start providing these days. I was just talking about Kurt Klaus, his protege, Richard Habring, who implemented a similar module to derive a split-second chronograph, which is, again, one of the hardest complications to implement and mass produce. He has his own brands. He has had his own brands for such a long time and does so many great things, including split-second chronographs, but also monopusher chronographs, perpetual calendar chronographs, which provide incredible value. I'm a huge fan of Bensinger. I'm a huge fan of Petermann Beda, which, both watchmakers have a good background in having worked for Lange and in Glashütte. Watches you can actually get on a reasonable wait list for. Okay, that's I think you can get a time-only version of the Petermann Beda on a reasonable wait list. I'm talking about this particular watch. Let me see. I'm sure you'll hate the fact that it's 39 millimeters, but you know, never mind. I think this is a fantastic piece. I mean, mind you, it comes at a hefty price tag, but it also depends on the style of the watch you ask for. I think once again on the secondary markets, I think Laurent Ferrier provides a great value since it has little value retention to begin with, which for the collector is a good thing. Um, why am I blanking out? I think again, we are not necessarily talking about um, watch brands that are built around the name of an iconic watchmaker. At the end of the day, look, even in manufacturers that are today building a fraction of the number of watches that François Paul Journe, FB Journe, the brand, is building, even there you don't necessarily get uh, watches that are actually made inside out by one watchmaker. That's kind of like a romantic vision. So I think I would throw Chapek into that mix with the caveat, with the proviso, so to speak, that um, the Antarctique is not even my favorite watch of theirs. I'm much more of a Quai de Berg guy. So I would highly recommend getting something like this, and that you can get uh, without a wait list. A lot of their um, a lot of their authorized dealers, a lot of their representatives actually have these kinds of pieces in stock. You can go and pick one up from Cellini today. Don't mind the fact that it says sold out on the website. It means you can't buy it directly through them. But when it comes to some of these pieces, they are. I'm not going to say they are dime a dozen because exclusivity is part of the charm, but certainly you can find these pieces more often than not in one of their representatives. Honestly, because you like the German style, I really think there's a lot in Habring 2 for you, but I don't know. Were you able to look into getting a Romain Gauthier Continuum, the C with the integrated bracelet? Um, I would. I would. It's just not the same mythology in a way. Even though once again Laurent Ferrier has been also trained as a watchmaker, but his ingenuity was always more design and style oriented, right? That's why his work in Patek quickly turned towards that direction, where he was director of creations for a very long time, not say director of complications, right? They're different minds, they have different kinds of charisma, different kind of mythology behind them, but Yeah, Chris, if you're asking about the price point, about the Quai de Berg, this particular watch, I actually have some wrist rolls with this, so I will just pull that up so you see how really impressive that dial is in actual um, fact. It's around $17,000. So not not cheap by any means, but for the kind of watch you are getting, it's really impressive inside and out. Of course, it's a stainless steel piece. It's not precious metal, but it's a beautiful watch, very nicely finished inside and out. Uh, 7 day long power reserve on a hand wound movement. Very nice styling that you won't necessarily mistake for anything else. Um, if you end up somehow ordering something new or from scratch rather than taking something in stock that an authorized dealer such as Cellini in New York City has, um, you can customize a few things, right? You know, you can get the Roman numerals instead of the Arabic. You can get different styles of hands instead of these spare-like hands. Um, but yeah, I think it's a great deal. Wonderful contemporary dress watch. I think that's hard to beat in terms of value. Um, I'm a huge fan of Habring. If it really comes down to value, Kudoke is another one. But for Habring, for example, their perpetual calendar chronograph is right under 25K. Their monopusher chronographs are under 8K. Um, their time only pieces that mix dead seconds with flashing seconds on a sub dial. So deadbeat jumping seconds centrally deployed and flashing seconds, 1/8 of a second. That's right under 8 as well. The time only, that's under 6. You know, split second chronograph, that's again around 8, 9. A lot of great deals. Again, you know, when you look at the finishing of the movements, it might not ooh and awe you. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's not competent. That doesn't mean it's not well done, but it's certainly not as artistic as you see on some of those high horology pieces. But nevertheless, um, Kudoke is another one. I think incredible value when it comes to the time only pieces. Uh, these people don't have any of the simple one. Watch Buys, I think, has some interesting deals when it comes to Kudoke. Right, again, the time only pieces are under $9,000 in stainless steel. I'm a huge fan of Benzinga, especially for his new watch that he basically fashioned in collaboration with Habring. The movement is from Habring. There's so many different editions of these, some of which look more sporty like this, some others which look kind of like, how can I say, homage to the George Daniels anniversary watch. But for that, you need millions of dollars. This one you can get for around 12K. Anyway, there's a lot of interesting choices. Ali Reza, thank you so much. 1644. Thank you so much. Oh, Chris, it's okay. It's okay. um, Chris, um, just as a side note for watches that hold their value, a lot of brands that I talk about here, especially when we go, kind of into the weeds, into the horological abyss, a lot of these brands don't necessarily hold value if you buy them at retail. The trick is usually to be patient, to find value on the secondary markets of watches that are available, watches that you actually like and would like to wear. Let someone else eat the loss in an important sense. And when you get it on the secondary market, when you get it at 30-40% off retail, maybe even more, you won't lose much, if anything at all. You might, if you're patient and if you hold on to your piece, if you're ever forced to sell down the line, you might even make a small scratch. But in either case, that's a way of building a collection that will last you a long time, that will give you joy, and that if you ever decide to sell, worst case scenario, you will end up having worn them for free. I think that's the trick. Being an investor with watches is a completely different mentality. You have to play a different kind of game. You either have to get pieces that are very exclusive and also very expensive in many ways and hold on to them, sometimes even sacrificing your enjoyment of them, in the sense you don't really get to wear them. You need to baby them, safe queen them, stash them away. And I don't know, I would never be able to advise something like that. Speaking of things that are stashed away, at least you have one in presentation box here. I was just talking about François Paul Journe's implementation of jump hour and of wandering hours in a very neat package. That was before he even opened his manufacture. That was a one-of-a-kind bespoke piece for a collector in 1997. The Vagabondage came out in 2004 for charity, basically, in a three-piece set, as it happened to be, incidentally, for Antiquorum to celebrate their 30th anniversary, one for each decade, of the Vagabondage 1. The collectors clamored for their own, so François Paul Journe had to placate them. By 2006, that was a 69-piece series. Vagabondage 2 followed with this unique smoke dial that gave prominent and focal vision to the mechanism, the expression, I should say, the display, hours, minutes, and oversized subdial for the seconds, and power reserve indicator right at the top there. I like the fact that from this angle, the mechanism is almost fully exposed with the complete wheels, but the dial has such a special finish. The crystal, I should say, has such a special smoky finish that they are kind of shrouded in mystery from a lot of angles, which adds to the special charm of the watch. And the most recent version, which is Vagabondage 3, is to me the most impressive and the most fun to look at, because you have the jump hour here, you have the minute hand centrally deployed, which makes a complete revolution, of course, every 60 minutes, every hour. So kind of a regulator dial approach, right, where you use the minutes as the focal point of the watch. And then this double digit expression is actually the seconds. So that ticks every second, 49, 50, 51, 52. So it's really a beautiful thing to watch. And it's the absolute, it's an absolute gem of steampunk on the wrist. And I don't blame my friend St. Peter for pining for one, for dreaming of owning one day. I hope it happens for him. But they are very exclusive and very expensive. In this case, FB Journe actually offered these as a three-piece set, as a triptyque vagabondage, one of 69, here number 47 in platinum, all the three pieces in the series. The original Vagabondage, released in 2006, with the hand-wound movement in the back. I think it was 2010, I believe, when Vagabondage 2 was released, I want to say. Yeah, I'm kind of... Yeah, I think 2006 is 1, 2010 is 2, and then 2017, I believe, is number 3, which is this. And this is 2, which came out in 2010. And here you can see that sort of smoky effect on the crystal that blocks out some of the view and really adds some mysterious charm to the complexity of the mechanism that's otherwise very simply expressed in this sort of vertical layout. Hey, JB. Thank you so much. How are you doing today? So this is the three-piece set, the Triptyque Vagabondage, the 2006 model, 2010 model, and 2017 model, all in platinum, as one neat set, offered at lot number 8 with an estimate of 500,000 to 1 million in Swiss francs. Let's see what the good folks at Christie's said about it, if there's anything interesting in there. Explanation. Nothing that I didn't really mention. Ah, of course, this is important. The Vagabondage 3 actually has a constant force mechanism, 1 minute remontoir d'égalité, which operates, of course, that digitally expressed double digit seconds. And, as I mentioned a few times on this channel, the jumping hour mechanisms, digital expressions of time through mechanical horology are usually quite power hungry. So you usually need to design a very masterful caliber for it to have a respectable power reserve. Remember, it was only last year when Alain Journe updated their famous Zeitwerk, which used to have 36 hours of power reserve compared to most of the rest of their line, which had this absolute standard of 3-day power reserves. Everything was pretty much 72 hours at full charge, except for Zeitwerk, which was 36 hours. So when they released the new generation last year, and it was 72 hours, that was very impressive. And here you can sort of understand why you would need something like a constant force mechanism, if not necessarily to increase the power reserve. You can't really do that just by chucking in a remontoir. But what you do guarantee, what you do solidify, is the precision that lasts for the entirety of that power reserve, right? Because the watch does not become less accurate as the power drains. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. So this was lot number 8, the Triptyque Vagabondage, all 3 versions of François Paul Journe's approach to jumping hour, to wandering hours, to digital expression of time through mechanical horology in one neat package. The estimated value, of course, ends up being 500,000 to 1 million in Swiss francs. Pardon me. Here's an early example of Octa Réserve de Marche with a beautiful champagne dial and in an 18 karat pink gold case. As you might remember, it was around year 2004 that, again, FB Journe decided to transition their calibers from brass to 18 karat pink gold. This is a piece that is from 2001 and thus still has those rhodium plated brass bridge plates for the movement, which have nice decoration of Geneva stripes in deep dimensional scallops, a 22 carats rotor weight. Of course, that is in full gold. Since FB Journe stopped fashioning movements out of brass, except for very rare and very special occasions and editions after 2004, these earlier watches have a very special place, and a lot of premium value for collectors. So this is going to be one such watch, even though it is otherwise um, a relatively entry level François Paul Journe, because at the end of the day, it is their base level um, self-winding watch. But this is from 2001, a very early example with the brass movements. So it is actually expected to realize a final hammer price between 60,000 to 120,000 Swiss francs. By the way, is my mic too loud? Is it okay? Is it better now? I turned it down a little bit. I'm feeling it was a little high in terms of value. So please let me know if this is better or if it was better earlier. This is an early example of Octa Réserve de Marche, a self-winding 18-karat pink gold dress watch by FB Journe with an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Lot number 10 is an Octa chronograph from 2005. It has that champagne slash sand slash khaki like dial, which is actually my favorite. I really like how distinguished it looks in this low key manner. And I think it's also a very nice contrast with this opaline white subdials and main dials in contrast. I think it's a great balance. Of course, since this is a chronograph, you have the traditional two pusher layout, start, stop, and resets, an additional centrally deployed seconds hand that is heat blued, and also a 60-minute counter. The continuous running seconds are part of this main dial right here at 6 o'clock. It is a pink gold case that is as nicely attired back and front. With barley corn like guilloche decoration on the rotor as well. This is an Octa chronograph from FB Journe in 18 karats gold with the flyback functionality. Big date right off center at around 12 o'clock with an estimated value of 80,000 to 160,000. Pardon me. Swiss francs. So 80,000 to 160,000 is the estimated value for this self-winding flyback chronograph by FB Journe from 2005. This is actually a very nice and elegant piece in 38 millimeters. It was replaced by the Saint-Graphe, which is a little too futuristic in my taste, and also a little too much functionality for my 70 IQ approach. So I would rather have something like this that has a sort of classical inspiration, but a very off the beaten path execution. This is the Octa chronograph, again, self-winding flyback chronograph by F.B. Journe from 2005, which is expected to fetch at lot number 10 an amount between 80,000 to 160,000 in Swiss francs. I think this particular piece, as far as I know, at least in pink gold, it was only one of 8, as if to, I guess, invoke octa, the which can kind of sound like 8, although it I think harkens to also the fact. That's where it says the name octa was given as a prefix to all of F.B. Journe's automatic watches because in Latin it means 8, and the figure 8 on its side signifies the concept of limitlessness or infinity. Okay, it sounds like automatic, but yes, so I was right. This is one of 8. And at lot number 10, it has this hefty estimated value. Hey, John Seltzer, nice to see all of you. Chris Dixon, John Seltzer, JB, Alireza, team is here. Of course, Ozzy was here earlier, Basil, Bruce G, Mike David. It's so nice to see everyone. I missed you guys. This is lot number 11 from around 2008. Chronomètre à résonance. A chronomètre à résonance is basically 2 watch movements in a single case, 2 movements which regulate each other through the notion of resonance. It was a concept implemented in pocket watches by Abraham Louis Breguet, but that was in pocket watches that were, I think, 60 plus millimeter, I think 63 millimeter in diameter. So to implement something like this and put it in a wearable watch, a watch wearable on the wrist in 40 millimeters and in rather elegant and classical proportions was quite an achievement when François Paul Journe implemented it in 2000. I'm not mistaken. I wanted to double check. I think it's 2000. This piece, again, has the classic champagne dial, the 18 karat pink gold movement that executes the same sort of balanced aesthetics that you see on the face of the watch. And really a great wearable piece of masterful horology. This is lot number 11, an F.B. Journe chronomètre résonance in 18 karat pink gold from 2008. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 100,000 to 200,000 in Swiss francs. And also, I think it's important to note sometimes, I assume too much, but of course you have the two crowns, right? One for each dial, one for each movement that you can set independently. So a lot of people very early on adopted that as an approach to this watch, to use it as a dual time watch, for example, which of course was very practical, but it wasn't even necessarily um, the purpose of the piece. That was not the purpose of the design. Really, it's kind of art for art's sake, horological art for art's sake kind of watch, right? The purpose of this watch was to demonstrate the phenomenon of resonance in a wristwatch form and not much of anything else. Hi, Fries. Have a good trip to the office. Nice to see you. There we go. This is Tourbillon Sovereign with remontoir d'égalité and dead seconds. Power reserve at 12 o'clock. You have the tourbillon cage at 9 o'clock, seconds at 6, and the main dial at 3. The dial is very specially decorated with this Regency pattern, which we'll read about momentarily. One of the most visually remarkable and incredibly rare versions of François-Paul Journe's second generation tourbillon Sovereign, the Régence Circulaire, was made in an edition of only 18 pieces. Up to 10 pieces, including the present watch, with a pink gold case and an engraved white gold dial. Further examples, the rest of the 18-piece series with a pink gold case and a pink gold dial. So that Regency dial is actually made from a white gold blank. One of the chief glories of the Régence Circulaire is, of course, the spectacular hand-engraved white gold dial. The engraving for each dial took an artisan engraver based in Geneva 2 weeks to complete. The design originated from similar dials that were used on a few examples of the tourbillon made 15 years earlier for the International Jewelry and Watch Exhibition in Bahrain. However, the hand-engraved pattern itself derives from geometric motifs used in the decorative arts during the French Regency period in the early 18th century. The reference is TN, that refers to the second generation. So let's read a little bit about that. This is the second generation tourbillon by François-Paul Journe. Introduced in 2004, reference TN for Tourbillon Nouveau is the direct descendant of the celebrated reference T, Tourbillon Pure and Simple, his first production watch, but also the very first wristwatch ever to use a constant force remontoir. The Tourbillon Sovereign, undoubtedly one of the greats among F.B. Journe's horological masterworks, is distinguished by its complications, combining a 1-minute tourbillon with a constant force remontoir. the remontoir provides constant force to the balance, hence maintaining an equal rate of force whether the watch is fully wound or not, and therefore increasing precision. François Paul Journe's ingenious masterpiece is the first wristwatch to have the distinction of combining a remontoir d'égalité, deadbeat seconds, and a tourbillon regulator. The tourbillon souverain received the Aiguille d'Or, the grand prize at the GPHG in 2004. It was also elected Watch of the Year and won the grand prize in Japan in 2004 as well. So you have the 1 minute tourbillon, which means that the tourbillon makes its revolution inside the cage in 60 seconds. Of course, you have the main dial for the indication of hour and minutes. You have the deadbeat seconds right here in a small second subdial, and the power reserve is right there at the imaginary 12 o'clock. This is lot number 12. It is expected to realize a final hammer price between 400,000 to 600,000 Swiss francs. Herr Stiefel, how are you doing? You're still on your Grand Seiko hate train, huh? I thought that was a momentary thing. What's keeping the flame alive? So this is a very interesting piece. It was made for London's best, so to speak, Holland and Holland, heritage rifle makers from the UK. I believe it was a limited edition of, say, 38 pieces or so, uniquely in stainless steel. You don't always find it because usually Chronomètre Souverain is either in platinum or pink gold. Chronomètre Bleu, which became more popular, maybe too popular for its own good, is executed in tantalum. This is a stainless steel case that's closer in size and dimensions to Chronomètre Bleu rather than Chronomètre Souverain, which is not too big of a watch either, but that's 40 millimeters. This is 39, just like the Chronomètre Bleu, except it is in stainless steel, except it has this Damascus dial. Hand-wound 18-karat movement. It's, in an important sense, even more minimalist than the Chronomètre Bleu, because not only does it do away with the power reserve indicator at 3, it also eliminates the small seconds that is placed off center between 7 and 8 o'clock. Let's read a little bit about this. Yes, it is one of 38s, number 32 from 38. The dial is made of steel Damascus coming from a Holland and Holland gun barrel from 1868. The creation of this Holland and Holland chronometre was a true and meaningful collaboration between one of the world's greatest gun makers and the most revered of contemporary watchmakers. The idea germinated during a visit by F.B. Journe to the former boutique in New York. He knew that many US clients enjoyed shooting and being acquainted with the Wertheimer brothers, then owners of Holland and Holland, it became clear that making a piece in partnership with this historic firm of gunmakers offered the chance to create something both fascinating and unique in horology. I don't know why they mix and match like this. It's either high horology or haute horlogerie. It's fine. Unique in high horology and at the same time showcasing traditional artisan manufacturing techniques of the past. The idea was to use historic gun barrels to make dials, and that occurred to F.B. Journe during a factory visit to Holland and Holland. Although F.B. Journe relished the challenge of creating dials from the historic gun barrels, the actual manufacture proved to be quite a complex challenge in order to meet his expectations of perfection. Once the first stage of preparation to flatten, reduce, and cut the barrels into pieces of required size was done by Holland and Holland, the material was sent to Les Quatranières de Genève, François Paul Journe's own dial makers, where the dials were cut to shape. They were then sent back to Holland and Holland and browned, a traditional gun making technique that helps to protect the steel and at the same time highlights the wonderful patterns created during the original manufacture of Damascus barrels. The browning process has remained unchanged from the 1800s to the present day, interestingly and ingeniously, in order to ensure the natural patterns of the dial were ideally positioned to provide the maximum aesthetical impact. Each dial was rotated to its optimum position before being fixed. Because no two dials were in the same exact position, F.B. Journe therefore chose not to include a small seconds feature, adding a further layer of individuality and wonderful craftsmanship. The 18-karat rose gold movement is decorated with Holland and Holland engraving. As you can see, the base plate is partly guilloche decorated and engraved Holland and Holland. This one of 38 limited edition chronometre Holland and Holland at lot number 13 has an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Okay, Der Stiefel says, I've owned 6 Ganseikos and I'm tired of their crap. They can preach Zaratsu polishing till the cows come home, but fix the clasps, bracelets, timekeeping, and stop insulting us with so many inspirational dials. Well taken. I can't contest any part of that. And your experience with Grand Seiko certainly trumps mine, so I will take your word for it. Okay, number 14 is another limited edition. I think it is this time one of 99. This is a piece made for the F.B. Journe boutique in Dubai in platinum with a shade of green that I don't really personally like, but it is certainly unique. Kind of moss green, something between moss green and Kermit green, I want to say, in platinum, made in 99 examples in a 40 millimeter platinum case to celebrate the opening of the F.B. Journe boutique in Dubai. The wonderful rich green dial of this chronomètre Souverain immediately marks it out as something rather special. The good people at Christie's argue this stunning platinum timepiece is one of only 99 examples to have been produced in 2020 to celebrate the opening of F.B. Journe's first Dubai boutique in 30th of October 2019. In partnership with Ahmed Siddiqui and Sons, it was Journe's 10th boutique worldwide, following the openings in Tokyo, Hong Kong, Geneva, Paris, New York, Miami, Los Angeles, Beirut, and Kiev. The edition was instantly sold out upon launch, and due to its unique beauty and individual design, it has become one of the most desirable of all chronomètres Souverain. This piece is apparently number 64. It's sold as a full set with its full accessories. Lots number 14 with an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs, which seems to be a common refrain, right? This estimate keeps coming back. We'll see where a lot of these watches will end up in less than 1 month's time. Green apple splatter. All right. Why not? We can certainly look at it like that. Um, I want to, if you guys don't mind, I want to also send a link to Twitter and see if anyone comes, just as a matter of habit, I do it, and once every so often, one or two people end up finding the live stream from there. And why not? There's nothing wrong with trying. I am desperate for more exposure. So I apologize for 2 minutes taking care of this. Mhm. Mm, almost. Okay. All right. I apologize for taking that time, but I appreciate you. Al29, nice to see you, man. John Seltzer, that's great. I have one myself with the Coke bezel from 1997. I love those. For me, that particular 5-digit era is one of the best last examples of everything that I like about Rolex. That's all I will say for the minutes. You get a lot of the great things you would get from 4-digit pieces. You get, the closer you get to year 2000, you get some important aspects of the build quality of something more contemporary, with the solid end links, bracelets that are built a little more rigorously, more durable. You get a great compromise, I think, with 5-digit Rolex. This is a piece that, again, is a limited edition that is made to celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations, pardon me, between France and China. Rare in platinum with a distinct blue dial. This is an Octa Lune in platinum. The model is quite literally called France China 50. As you can see, it also has a particular logo right next to the François Journe Invenit et Fecit logo. The moon phase at 7 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, you have the small seconds, and at 9, you have the power reserve indicator. Off center at around 12 o'clock, you have the oversize date. The self-winding caliber 1300.6, fashioned in 18 karat pink gold with circular Côte de Genève decoration on the bridge plates and a 22 karat gold rotor weight that is itself decorated with a barleycorn guilloche pattern. And here's a close-up of the logo. There's some interesting diplomatic notes here, so let me share it with you a little bit. This limited series blue dial Octa Lune France China 50 was produced between 2014 and 2016 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the French Republic and the People's Republic of China. Presented in exceptional condition, this piece is accompanied by the full set of its accessories, a price catch for both FP Journe collectors and connoisseurs of independent haute horlogerie alike. The present Octa Automatique combines incredible good looks, technical virtuosity, and great exclusivity. France was the first major power since 1950 to recognize the People's Republic of China under Chairman Mao. On January 27th, 1964, France and the People's Republic of China officially established diplomatic relations, prompting the Observer of London to comment a few days later, Charles de Gaulle has entered the Asian stage like a diplomatic icebreaker. FP Journe was the official watchmaker for France China 50, and for the occasion, this stunning and meticulously designed Octa Lune was created, featuring a 40mm platinum case, complemented by a striking matte blue dial. The numerals are applied white gold with diamond tooled finish, and a tiny France China 50 logo in red sits at 3 o'clock beside the watchmaker's signature. It's thought that only 10 pieces of the France China 50 were officially made, with one watch for each of the 10 boutiques worldwide. Although additional pieces were available by special request at the time, the total number produced was extremely small. The 18 karat pink gold caliber 1300.3 is a self-winding movement with an off-center 22 karat gold rotor. It was their first automatic movement to provide 120 hours of power reserve. This is an extremely limited piece, officially made only in 10 examples, but also produced by special request at the time. Still only, I'm guessing, less than 2 dozen ever made. This is France China 50 Octalune with an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Oh, you're here. Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I didn't realize that you jumped in. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get
No
carried
worries.
away. Know
I
this.
know, like the stream thing, the lobby is not very obvious. How you doing?
Good. They should introduce something simple like a door ring or something, right?
Yeah.
Like a bell of some sort. Not even that you need to actuate, but the minute someone enters, maybe like a subtle ding dong or something like that. I don't know.
No, it's true. It's true. It's very subtle. It's just another little box that appears next to other boxes that you already have going.
Yeah. So how you been, man? I saw you posted a few wrist shots from your authorized dealer. You were trying on some Daytonas, some of the new ones. Is that right, or am I mistaken?
No, no, that's not me.
Okay.
No, I like. Yeah, I'm not a VIP. I mean, I
What do
may
you
be shooting
mean?
for what the VIPs get, but I'm not actually a VIP. I'm the person they have to like. They have to quickly get through the door, not spook people with real money, and then and then give me something around the back or something like that.
Well, I mean, I thought I thought you started wearing proper shoes to the AD now.
On occasion, maybe.
No, joking aside, that you have a very respectable collection. I know it's Las Vegas, so I'm sure there are a lot of people who spend even more at your authorized dealer. I understand that, but I have a hard time accepting that you are small fries at your authorized dealer. Still, I don't. I'm sure they took good care of you until now. It's not by coincidence.
Yeah. Sorry, I need a second. Hold on. This is-
Ozzy is, of course, a father of two young children, so he has my sympathies and fullest understanding. Um, he'll be right back. This is lot number 16. We were just looking at a limited edition version of the Octalune. This is basically FP Journe's self-winding piece with the big date, with the power reserve indicator and a moon phase indicator. I think it's a beautiful piece. Here it is in a relatively early example from 2003 with salmon pink dial as well, which is one of my personal favorites. And of course, as you can see, it has rhodium plated brass movement and the old school off center 22 carats gold weight as well. This was one of FP Jean's Grand Prix winners. Octalune specifically won the best men's watch at the GPHG, the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève in 2003. And these early examples, again, that have calibers that are built out of brass and rhodium plated, are in fact more collectible and more desirable for certain collectors simply because they are more rare. And this particular piece, because of that, at lot number 16, is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 80,000 to 160,000 Swiss francs. At lot number 17, we have Centigraph Sovereign in pink gold with that salmon pink dial. This is the chronograph that was designed in some sort of collaboration with Jean Todt. I have just read you about how it was thought to measure speed that is equivalent of I think it was 1/3000th, 1/3000th of speed of light. The chronograph appropriate for car racing. Supposedly, there's a 10 minutes counter at 6 o'clock. There's a 20-second counter at around 2 o'clock. And at around 10 o'clock, you have one that makes a rotation every second, but has a counter that shows you 100th of a second that allows you to see. Oh, Memovox, how are you doing, man? Sorry, I missed you there a little bit, but my regards to Denmark. John, wear your watch well, wear it in good health. Again, it's one of my favorites, a great part of my collection. In fact, you inspired me to wear it tomorrow. I should bring it out because I missed it. But this is the Centigraph Sovereign, the chronograph that was made for racing, although it has otherwise a very classic look, or in a way that it mixes that sort of dashboard look with the looks of a classic dress watch. That unique pusher or slider mechanism at around 2 and 3 o'clock, pardon me, that you rock back and forth to start, stop, and reset. So kind of a modern and ingenious way of executing something like a monopusher chronograph. Once again, original contemporary idea mixed with horological origins. This is a great execution for that, even though it's a piece that I aesthetically am not fond of, my personal opinion. But this is lot 17, the Centigraph Sovereign in 18 karat pink gold with the salmon dial from 2016. It has an estimated value of 80 to 160,000 Swiss francs. We have another example of chronometre resonance, and one that has a different indication of time for the secondary dial. I really like these as well. This is a piece from 2013, and in the main dial, you have a classic expression of a 12-hour dial with an oversized subdial for seconds at 6. And in the secondary dial, which is executed smaller, as you can see, you have a 24-hour dial and pointer kind of indicator expression of both hours and minutes. And once again, you have the double crown, which allows you to set the time independently for the two um, separate movements, two separate gear trains, as you can see, two separate balance wheels.
The fact that it's so symmetrical is very beautiful.
Right, it's I like, that's one of the things that I like about Journe's watches, that they don't necessarily mirror themselves back and front, but they have an architecture on the back that echoes somehow, that resonates with what is in the front of the watch. The same kind of simplicity here, the same kind of symmetry. It's beautiful.
I poked a question the other day. What was it, like Patek versus Journe, and I hear in a lot of circles Journe being higher than out of that pairing.
uh, I mean, off retail, right? We are talking about current models.
Yeah, yeah, like what you get for your money when you buy one of their watches.
I think honestly, if you are if you're looking for six figures, etc., Patek has still a lot of great pieces, when you start moving up the ladder. But if you're looking for a simple dress watch like a Calatrava, I would much rather send you FP Journe's way to get like a, you know, wait a second, because this is such a special auction. I'm sure they don't have the simple version, but they have the black label, so this will be basically with like a white opaline dial. They have the Havana dial version, which has this sort of brown cigar leaf kind of shade. They have these in platinum and in pink gold. They have some sort of wait list, but I think for the standard silvered dial, you can probably get that in a few months.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
it's be careful what you wish for.
oof. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I want to say the list price is probably like in the low 40s for a chronomètre Sauvant, not a special edition, not the limited whatever. I think that's what it should be like.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, like it's either exactly 40 or maybe a little less, a little more, something like that. Yeah, platinum if you like white metal, pink gold if you like a little bit more flash, a little more flair. I think this is a great watch. And it's also, I think it sits just right at 40. Um, I like them quite a lot actually. I would love to own one if I had, kind of money no object kind of collection, but it's not necessarily a priority. Yeah, so you were looking at the Daytonas, if
Yeah, it
anything.
looks like
What is
someone looks like in New York had a sort of like a VIP exhibition. So there are a few photos on Reddit. Yeah, interesting pieces. I mean, the gem set stuff exceedingly expensive and honestly not super attractive, but um, yeah, I don't know. I've just been having second thoughts about
Mm,
the getting getting a new Daytona, the
yeah.
platinum, obviously, but I don't know. I don't know. It's tricky. This things are just wild right now in terms of just it feels like you can keep money and that seems
Yeah.
like a really bad idea. You can invest money. There doesn't seem like to be a single place that seems like a great idea. Even getting a Rolex at MSRP just might not be a great idea. There's just so many wrong moves right now. I don't know. Even sitting still is a bad move.
I mean, I feel like you are, unlike me, you are someone who has a good instinct and also, good study for something like this. So you are much more aware, at least. What can I say? You don't
Yeah.
you don't usually take uncalculated risks. I don't feel that's in your nature.
Yeah, yeah. The platinum, like the real troubling part is like I would have to do like the noblest thing and not flip it. I've
Right.
never even sold anything, you know. Even I haven't even sold like even like a $2 item in like 5 years or something like that. I've just not sold anything in a very long time.
You
And
haven't even sold your Speedmaster, even though you hate it
right,
so.
yeah, it's like I'm wearing it. So, um, like I mean, I I want a watch to wear, and I'd love if the value just holds and slowly grows, and that what means it doesn't burn a hole in my pocket. I don't need to get rid of it. But the reality is like if someone was offered a platinum Daytona this year, their best move might be to sell it this year. Like I would, I would have to completely understand that position because I
Hmm.
reckon secondary prices of that thing will probably be 200K. I don't think it'd be that, more than double MSRP would not be unreasonable, I think. Sort of
Hmm.
unheard of in the current watch market to have that kind of pop, but it's just going to be so rare that I don't think it's really out of the question.
Well, I mean, you know, it's just I don't know, again, because you told me when you were first contemplating your next move, even before you articulated any particular options that appeal to you. I'm still struck by one thing that you have said. Um, you don't want to make any lateral moves. You don't want to downgrade anymore because you have a great collection. You like every one of them in their own way. But if you are going to add, it has to be one better. It can't be just one of many again.
Yeah.
It has to be something new, and it has to offer something new as well.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. It'd be an easier equation if it was like the the rainbowy yachtmaster.
Mm,
Not truly hype. It's worth a little more than MSRP probably, but it doesn't have pop. It was released like in 2015,
mhm.
and that means that there would be no. Basically, what I expect for the Platinum Daytona is to start off at pretty much max value, and then slowly dwindle over the next few years. And that, I don't I don't know if I've got the chops to say I could stomach that.
And I mean, Oz, the thing is, and again, this is something you highlighted yourself, and you know yourself that precious metal Rolex, except for this purple patch that happens due to extraordinary conditions, during and post pandemic a little bit. Um, it never was great in short term value retention. It was only great when you had watches that were very limited production, extremely rare, now no longer produced, perhaps already for decades. And platinum Daytona is actually very much an unknown quantity, you know?
Most of the 11 series were sold at a discount, is my understanding. Most got their Platinum Daytonas at a discount, and it's really only like it probably shared a similar sort of time frame of being popular with two tone, right? Like two tone got a bump around with the root beer and everything. It sort of got a bump for a little while, but it was like it came late, well after steel had gone up,
Mm.
and we're seeing it correct down. Now, the Platinum Daytona never corrected down by that much. I think it was hovering in the 120 range. I'm sure they're sitting still right at that level, honestly. I don't think they really came down much. I think 96, 97 before it was discontinued. So, in general, for most people who got the Platinum Daytona, it was a relatively smooth ride. They entered at a pretty easy price point at the
Hmm.
AD, and it went up over time. I think the opposite's going to be true of the new one. It's just going to be, it's going to sit well above the current, the previous generation one in terms of price. It's going to be way above that. But it's sort of like the Sprite. It's just going to have this sort of little glide pattern over the first year. It's just going to come down, sort of similar to what the Meteorite did, but now the Meteorite's discontinued, so that sort of helped that one. But I don't think they're going to discontinue the Platinum Daytona anytime soon.
No, no. I mean, look, again, people really thought it was going to be a one-off thing. People even thought when it came out for the first time in 2013, maybe it could be like, 1 or 2 years and then gone forever, right? Because before that, there, by some accounts, there are like five in the entire history of Rolex. All five basically made bespoke to be gifted to a particular person by the president himself. They even had a special reference for it, 16516. So it was like a very special kind of watch. And suddenly you have for the 50th anniversary an entire reference number and some sort of serial production. Again, I don't think they made it like, they didn't 3D print it, but still, it was in serial production for 1 decade, and now it's here to stay in a new iteration. So it's hard to see where it will fit, how it will sell, but it has completely changed now. At least to wear, to buy, to collect, people are not averse at all to the idea of buying a precious metal Daytona. That was kind of a no-no before.
It's true. It's true. I get a sense that there is some level of permanence in the interest in getting precious metal, but it's still, a relatively untested,
Hmm.
history. As in, its main history is that it's always sold under retail, never been worth more than retail. But who knows? Who knows? It's sort of it's tricky.
Yeah, and again, right now it's even harder to guess because there are immense premiums at this point for Daytona models that are discontinued. I don't know what will happen exactly when the new models start hitting the ground running, and how they will perform on the secondary market and how that will affect. Um, because remember also the Rainbow Daytona or even the Eye of the Tiger, those kinds of oddball models, when they first came out, the reaction was almost universally negative. It was like, how gosh, it's gaudy, it's tacky, we don't like it. Then a few celebrities bought them and they were photographed wearing them in public, and suddenly everyone wanted one. So I'm sure something similar will happen with these, the new jam set versions of the Daytona, except this time they are even more unrealistically expensive, like disproportionately expensive.
Right, right. Yeah, they're really in a completely different price bracket. Like the numbers I'm looking at start with four, and we're not talking 40,000 or 4,000.
Yeah.
So it's really I yeah I don't understand really because that at that price, I have to think that even on the secondary market, they're not going to respect that price. It just doesn't seem like it's going to add up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to even theorize, and even speculate how the pricing on such pieces would be. Catalog pieces, I can more or less uh, ballpark. Even platinum Daytona with baguette cut diamond indices, you can kind of speculate on a price. That new ruby set piece, I don't even know if it's white gold or platinum. Still, I don't have any final word on that. Did you figure that out?
I got conflicting information on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, but the MSRP in both of the rumors were 300,000 or 400,000, that sort of range. Yeah, I was expecting it to be sort of similar to like the Rainbow Daytona, but
Yeah.
no. Like and Rainbow Daytona, for the record, I think we're talking about 120,
Uh,
130 MSRP as far as I know. Not that any of this information is easy to get a hold of generally.
that's true. Oh my god, it's I don't know, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't mind holding on to things that have appreciating value, but, oddly enough, I think the new Platinum Daytona, if I got it, it would actually be depreciating in value. Like, yeah, I get the pop, but the longer I hold on to it, the longer it slides, I think, is what I would predict. And I don't know. Like, I don't want to ask my AD for something that I would flip. And I don't know if I've got enough money to turn down six figures. You know, like I think I could. I've been dumb enough to lose more money than six figures in the last couple of years, but I don't know. I don't know if I would sit there knowing. I feel like I know that. I feel like I know enough that it's going to come out of the gate really, really hot, and then it's going to decline. It's going to decay a little bit. It's never going to be cheap. It's just if you're one of the first owners of some of these pieces, you there is that initial opportunity. I mean,
Hmm.
I recall some unnamed person getting a Sprite and selling it. You know what? They made a good move, I guess. I mean, they didn't burn their AD relationship in the process, and they sold it for as much money as it'll probably ever get.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've never. I would rather set aside my money and try to get some real estate, etc. But I just can't invest that way, man. I don't like playing around like that. It's just not how I operate when it comes to watches.
It is an interesting question. I've been talking to my friend about different collectibles,
Mhm.
and watches are actually pretty good. Like I've got a few other things that I've got, and some have done okay, some are not so okay. But I'm certainly not experts in those other things. But one of the big questions is sort of like, one, do they have a track record?
Mhm.
And two, if they have a track record, how does that perpetuate into the future? And getting both answers correct is actually very, very difficult. So the main one that I'm looking at right now is Magic the Gathering cards, it's trading card. So it
Right.
does have a good track record now. It now actually has like 30 years behind it, and almost every single generation of card you could have bought, and you would have made 4 or 5% on average, and more in many other cases.
Mhm.
And so it's got a good track record. However, the company that's in charge of producing these things is Hasbro, and it seems like they're intent on printing enough cards to drive value of everything into the ground. So, and then there's generational issues. Like, is there another generation of kids that are going to play this game? I grew up with it, and part of the value that's happening is because I grew up with it in high school, and now I've got money, and so other people have money. So if you compete, we're talking about big boy money, not not high school money
Right.
when we're competing for cards. So but is there actually another group of high schoolers that's going to pick up the mantle behind us? And I don't know. I'm always questioning my youth versus the youth growing up now, kids now. Like I thought for sure no kid would know who Super Mario was like 2 years ago, honestly,
Now,
because they
now
haven't
there's
had a
going to
relevant
be
console in a long time before that Switch.
now there's going to be a new live action movie about Super Mario. I'm talking
That
about.
looks really good. I'm going to take my son to that. Not that I really want to entrench him in Mario and everything, but it actually just looks like a really good movie.
Um, Look, I mean, there are two things. One, when I think about Magic the Gathering, I can't say I have a collection, but I have, I have a few cards. I didn't even realize that it was so young to begin with, right? To me, I I didn't realize it was barely 30 years old. I would think like, it's almost as old as RPG, etc.
Oh,
Um,
right. No, it was like 1994.
right. So, and you said they're owned by Hasbro. I know that wasn't always the case. So there's kind of
Correct.
a natural history of things. It starts small, which happens to a lot of watch companies, by the way. There are exceptions like Rolex, which grow out of all proportion, but most of them start small, go through a certain crisis. If they started before the quartz crisis, if they started a few centuries earlier or somewhere in the 20th century, chances are they went down or defunct and then were revived at a certain point, or they were lost to ages forever. um, and then if they survive that time, they grow to a certain extent, and then they are bought by a luxury company, and then the game changes. And Magic the Gathering, it seems, has experienced that, that it kind of
Yes.
went through the ravages of time, then it was picked up by a much larger company, and I don't know what happens after that. So there's that question as well, because
Right.
as
Yeah.
cyclical as mainstream culture is, even if it comes back, how will it come back this time? Like you said, now they're printing excessively.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, so they do have a history, and surviving previous recessions is really, really important. So a lot of companies, collectibles, blah blah blah. That there's many examples where they have a boom. They start up, they are successful, they have a boom. Can they survive their first down period? Can they survive their second down period? Do they recover? Do they actually grow? And Magic the Gathering is one of those. And I always felt Magic the Gathering was like the king of card games, right? But and then in reality, there's been a lot of attention on Pokemon, Pokemon cards, the card game, and I always felt that that was like for kids, like for babies, basically. But if you look at like inception of that card game, I think we're only talking like a few years separated. But me as a high schooler, the difference between Pokemon and the cards that Magic the Gathering puts out are just an ocean of difference. So, one is, a childish cartoon, while the other is, Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. So I always felt that Pokemon was a joke, and I was always expecting them to die. But the real bet, like you would have made
Joke
far
was
more.
the joke was on you. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have
I
made far more
also,
money on Pokemon.
again, I was snooty like that about Lord of the Rings. I was, for
Hmm.
me, like, that was real shit. That's the real fantasy world, and then,
Everything
real
else is
world
derivative.
real world building, all the mythology, even made up linguistics that form some sort of core. And I was like, Harry Potter, what is that? Like, it will never be as big as
Right,
Lord of the Rings.
right.
And
If you had to bet
yeah,
on a
the joke was
franchise,
on me, in fact.
for sure, for sure, it is
Even
interesting. Like we miss those things, but here's where Pokemon really wins. It doesn't just win historically, because it has. Uh, they have a
how
better
does it feel
company.
to how does it feel to concede that defeat before you continue?
What, Pokemon's stronger than Magic?
Yeah.
That's an easy one. It's math. You can look at the numbers, but the the real win is their future, actually,
Mm,
because Magic the Gathering, I don't know, like it it struggles to have relevance, while Nintendo has more arms to bring relevance to Pokemon. They've got the games, they've got the TV show, their merchandise. There's a bigger world surrounding those cards to be able to sort of like get minds and eyes on the whole Pokemon franchise. And the Pokemon franchise is bigger than the card game, so you'll never have trouble with the cards, I think, in terms of gaining a new generation. Well, not as much trouble as potentially
mm.
Magic the Gathering. But Magic the Gathering is making some moves which kind of help. So they do this cross universe stuff where they have cards from Lord of the Rings now, and they've got cards from Warhammer and Warhammer 40k. So you can have your Tau race Warhammer 40k
Mm.
robot aliens fighting against Aragon.
I'm laughing, of course, at the card you posted. If you didn't catch it already
Right.
on the Discord, but yeah, I guess they are grasping at straws. I think that's what you can see in something like that, because that's been my take also by a lot of what companies do, whether it's especially if they are invested in selling a product, whether it is in the form of some diversity initiative, body positivity, etc. I'm completely cynical towards it. My own beliefs and political predilections aside, I feel like, hey, they're trying to sell a product. If it works for them, it will work for them. If it doesn't, they will change it up so quickly that you wouldn't even believe. I mean, it's
Right. Right. But it just makes you worry. Like, for example, if you had, and there are people out there with literally millions of dollars worth of magic cards.
really
And yeah,
okay.
yeah. But, and it's not just sort of like, oh, I've got a Black Lotus, famously the most valuable card. Oh, I've got two Black Lotuses or something, No, we're talking like they've got sealed boxes where just the whole like 40 packs or something like that, and they've just got sealed boxes, and they're filling warehouses of them. So
Okay. So
yeah,
it's
just
it's like it's also but in a way it's also like unmined Bitcoin. I mean, who knows what
right,
what
exactly.
that's gonna be worth, no?
Yeah, that's sort of like the idea, and sort of Rolexy in a way is that to get started in as a player, just as a player
Mm,
entering the game, you'll have to buy some boxes to be able to get the cards that you need to play the game, and so they keep raising the MSRP as time goes on. So the cards will be different; it'll be of a new generation, a new series, a new theme, but you still need cards to play, and that MSRP goes up. So if you bought, say, sealed packs from 10 years ago, just based on like let's assume there's no interesting cards in that series, it's like a dud series, like there's no Black Lotus equivalent like super valuable card you could potentially find in that sealed pack. Just bog standard, not better than current day, no real collectability value. There is sort of like a baseline floor where if you just want some cards to play with, maybe buy a sealed pack from 10 years ago because it might
mm,
be $5 cheaper than a current pack, something like that. So there is a baseline floor as long as people are actually playing. And that's interesting where the MSRP goes up. But here's some things to be scared about. So that's very Rolex, where in the past, the
mm,
secondhand market was never above the current retail. Like you want a new watch, you got a little bit of a premium, but you as a holder of a secondary watch, that MSRP would go up, and then so would also your secondary value. That's what you could expect from these cards. But I think it was like a year ago,
mhm.
the maker of that game removed the MSRP. So they just
Okay.
print the stock and then they float it at whatever price, And at the moment, it's popular enough that the prices are high, But you can imagine when the company is struggling and the price is low, they're not going to stop printing. More is more, and they've really sort of pulled a peg out from that sort of price floor. Remember, Vox, when Tamagotchi died back in 1999? 1999 is a bit late for Tamagotchi, isn't it? It's a bit late. That's like the Tamagotchi you found in your older brother's bedroom drawer, I think. Wasn't Tamagotchi like early 90s? I'm sure it was early
I don't
90s,
even
like
remember. I did have
1994,
one. I did have one,
93.
but I don't remember the exact time period, because yeah, it's strange.
Or he means that he didn't just have a Tamagotchi die. He means like the whole device died, unrecoverable.
That sounds even more tragic in a certain way.
So I was thinking with the MSRP pulled, that's okay in boom times, but once things start hitting the skids, it's bad news for everyone, I think. And isn't that
Oh,
what kind of AP kind of did with their MSRP?
not exactly, but I was gonna say because that's kind of a myth with AP because AP, as we have also talked about a little bit, the professor and I, um, they have a model that's very much dedicated to DTC, direct to consumers. So most of their this current distribution is boutique only, boutiques run by corporate or in collaboration with a very trusty dealer. Um, so they basically, while they were removing authorized dealerships, they said, keep your stock. You don't need to try to sell it back to us. You can sell it at whatever price. You
Oh,
are not
right.
bound by MSRP. That's what happened. And suddenly people heard that and understood that as, oh, AP removed MSRP and, anyone can sell at whatever now. That wasn't true. But with Rolex, I think once the certified pre-owned program proliferates a little bit, once it's not a Bücherer exclusive, you're basically going to have the same effect. I know there are preconditions for the CPO program. I know it's not going to be current models. I know it's not going to directly compete with current releases, but this is how it's going to be. There's not going to be a GMT master in the case, for example, but they will say, hey, I have something from 4 years ago that's just as good. That's basically new. That's a little more expensive than what the MSRP is. Don't you think that kind of practice, once it's a little more disseminated, basically kills the MSRP as a practice?
Um, well, I see what I mean to say is like the MSRP being removed doesn't hurt if the secondary market is sustaining a price that's high
Right.
and improving. It's once it starts coming down, then the manufacturer just coming out and just pumping the market with more product at a what would. So if we say that MSRP should be at a level, right? If they just
Mhm.
remove MSRP, that level can go down. It allows
Right.
them to go down, and they can produce as much as they want at that level. So it sets a price ceiling on the market. Like there's no reason it would go above MSRP if they, if they're not able to sell more than what's available. So if you get
Right.
into like a down situation, that's when MSRP could really help the actual current owners, and that is if they respect their own MSRP, it means that it restricts supply.
Yeah.
It's like okay, you can't sell them. Good. Okay, it means that there's going to be
Mm.
a sort of a price peg to the secondary market as well. It'll be lower than MSRP in a really
Mhm.
bad market, but it won't just plummet to the floor where a manufacturer who has gross margins that are 8 to 1, 5 to 1, whatever, they don't care. They can cut the price in half and still make money.
I think Rolex is very much aware of that. That's why, people keep saying new manufacturer, it's going to be 2 million watches per year before we know it. I don't think it's going to be like that. If we are going to see Rolex anywhere near doubling their production, you'll have to wait next decade for that, and they will never do that in a way that's, oh, we wake up today and we will, it's year 2025 now, and now we will be making $2 million, 2 million units every
Yeah.
year. It's going to be, once that new manufacturer becomes operational, it's going to be a gradual increase. And since they have already, kind of tasted the delicacy of scarcity marketing, uh,
Yes.
they will be moving up very gradually. They're not rushing anywhere to pump the market with excessive numbers of the most popular models. They're not interested in that because they realize, in a somewhat cynical way, unfortunately, they realize that their pieces trending high above MSRP on a secondary market, even when they don't necessarily control the secondary markets, is a net good for them. Now
Right.
their goal is to get a bigger piece of that pie. That's their priority, I think, rather
Sure.
than producing more watches.
Well, the secondary market is so big now and so reliable, and so people have seen, like, we're probably 30 years beyond a mature market for Rolex secondary, right? Like, it's an extremely mature market, and we are talking about very high price points now. Price points which mean that it makes no sense at any point to be scrapping these watches,
Hmm.
like, parting them out or something. Like, no, like, the only reason to part out a watch is probably because it's stolen or something. Right? So we're talking about a lot of watches that are in that secondary market, that are in people's hands, that are worth maintaining, and so on and so forth, and including the CPO. You have to think, if they're producing 1 million watches a year since, say, 2019, I think that's roughly the time point they probably crossed over 1 million, or maybe a little bit earlier.
Mhm.
Um, you have to think, what's the service interval on that? That's 10 years. How much effort does it take to service 1 million watches? And you have to think, okay, in 2019 they produced 1 million watches. 2029 they now have to service 1 million watches. But it's not just 2019's production. It's 2018, 2017, so we're talking about them needing to ramp up just maintenance at a scale higher than main production. And I think
Of course.
servicing a watch is probably more laborious and complicated than producing a watch.
Well, let me put it this way. Some of the most respected high horology watchmakers today, their first jobs were not making minute repeaters. Their first jobs was after sales service at AP, restoring ancient clocks at their uncle's shop, or working at the emergent Patek Philippe Museum and, like, working on their antique watches. So that is actually the beginning of a certain kind of apprenticeship. And you're touching on something very important. And I think it was in New York Times that there was recently an article about the scarcity of watchmakers. And people always, again, think of it in a rather myopic manner. And I understand, because, again, we have these platforms that are very niche. We talk about the big brands and the high horological independence, the elite luxury. So when people visualize the watchmaker, they think of masters, but you actually have to think about an entire ecosystem. that knows how to maintain those watches, and that requires multiple factors of average watchmakers. They don't all have to be geniuses. They don't all have to be inventive on a scale of complications. They don't all have to be artisan hand finishers, but you need multiple times more than what we have today people who know how to maintain, service watches and put them in great working condition back together. That's the scarcity of watchmakers. The scarcity of watchmakers is not we are desperate to find the next François Journe or the next Recep Recepi or the next Kari Voutilainen. Those people are coming. They will always be there. The point is, how do we keep this ecosystem alive that depends on the safekeeping of millions and millions of mechanical watches that are pumped into the market every year? That's a great question, Ozzy.
Yeah, I mean that's where I see where the production facilities are ultimately going to have to go. Is that they're talking about servicing like
Mm.
many multiples of a year's production of in just maintaining these watches, doing these services, and I think that's it's very very significant. It's going to be the main limiting factor on how many they produce. Ultimately, it's going to be a balancing act of like you can't just produce like 2 million and then there's just like this crush of servicing in 10 years down the line. They have to cut back on production, and in reality they may be facing that crunch already, as in with the values where they have been in the last so forth years. There's many watches now that are worth pulling out of that pulling out of the drawer and saying, okay, it's worth doing the $1,200, $1,300 service on this thing now. When previously it was like a $2,000 watch, now it's like a $6,000 watch. It's like, okay, it's worth servicing and putting on the wrist again.
Well, I mean, the only consolation is that they're not lacking the vision, right? Because again, the big brands like Rolex, like AP, like Patek have woken up to the fact that they can make a very good amount of money, and also in many ways kind of boneless meat kind of money from servicing watches. So they have the incentive. They know that there is a lot of money on the table there. um, so the problem that they are dealing with now is the logistical problem, right? Because unfortunately, again, it is like any other capitalist industry. I don't want to single them out. They mind the bottom line first. So their main worry is not only, oh, we have a scarcity of watchmakers. Why is there a scarcity of watchmakers? There are more excited young people about horology than there has ever been in terms of sheer numbers. Even there are more young people who love mechanical watches today than the golden age of Swiss horology. Sheer numbers. What's the problem? It does not pay enough to be making Swiss watches in Switzerland with what they are willing to pay the watchmakers. That is the problem. So ultimately, the industry has to come to terms with the fact, hey, maybe we need to cut down a little bit on the short-term gains to actually have a sustainable growth that we can keep up as an ecosystem over a longer period of time, decades and decades and decades into the future. I think that's the question they would need to answer.
How do you think it works in reality with respect to just volume? Like I still imagine that the majority of the workmanship has to be on the movement, how much assembly or whatever. And you have, Powermatic 80, the stuff driving,
Right.
Tissot and stuff like that. And my understanding is they probably make a million watches across that swatch group that are, relatively affordable with mechanical movements. it just boggles my mind to think that a movement like the Powermatic 80 is actually that far different from a Rolex. You know me, I'm not downplaying Rolex and their quality.
Mm.
I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, the basic activities of assembling the watch are going to be relatively similar. And even for Rolex, they pride themselves on reducing the number of moving parts to achieve the same goal. I mean, that seemed to
Right.
be the new claim to fame on the new Daytona movement, that there was a few parts removed to achieve the same result. And I appreciate, as an engineer, I think that's excellent. Although I think horology is like, oh, we've got 1,000 pieces in this
Yeah.
thing now. It's like, it's
But I'm
okay.
sure you, as a gun enthusiast, you also understand the other part too. Especially if you're interested in collectible kind of stuff. Like, there's a certain kind of artisanship where you have something more complex and excessive, if only to show some particular kind of craftsmanship, heritage,
It's
etc.
it's it's true. Like there's a certain art to both sides. There's an art to minimalism in
Hmm.
terms of simplifying and making great and reliable, and there's also an art in the complexity. But there's also a sort of a middle ground where it's sort of like, this is just dumb. Where it's just like, these are way more parts, and it really doesn't. There's no real beauty to these extra parts. So there's sort of a halfway in the middle. But what I'm saying is, like, are there enough watchmakers? If they just all stopped making the sub $1,000 watches, can they just move over to making the more expensive watches, and we've got no problems with volume? The only way that I could see it, that there isn't enough labor already, is if like the movements are being made in China. That's all I could say.
Look, I mean, I'll say this. First of all, I think you're underestimating actually the production numbers of Swatch Group, because I think altogether they're probably making more than 5 million watches. I think Tissot makes about 2 million. Longines makes, I think, 1.5 million.
Oh
Omega at
wow.
least 500,000. They make a lot of watches. Now, of course, some of these may be also quartz. I mean, Rolex too. Has certain models like that. Um, but going back to I think,
I mean, basically, if you cut out all the sub $2,000 watches being made with Swiss movements, could that account for all the volume that they could possibly want in the higher premium side? And I don't know. It really comes down to, like, how different is the work needed on those lower end movements, and is it actually being done in Switzerland with similar skilled people? I don't know. There's always been a question about what's really happening at the low end.
well, I mean, you never quite know, but I think, look, we were underestimating the numbers, but I think we might be overestimating how much time and work it takes to assemble a simple time only watch. My understanding is it takes probably around 15 minutes for a qualified watchmaker to put together a time only mechanical watch. So it's your math is probably better than mine, but it's probably not that dire as a situation. But as the market grows, as there's more and more necessity for after service, these kind of grow exponentially. So like the numbers
Mm.
grow exponentially. So I don't. And again, there's a lot of these brands still make quartz watches as well, even though increasingly Swiss have realized that their strength is mechanical watches and their prestige. Um, so, you know, Rolex stopped making quartz. The other brands have reduced it immensely. 55%, we have talked about this, is what they actually make in Switzerland for the most part. 45% is made elsewhere. So I'm guessing that's also part of what reduces a lot of this work to 15, 20 minutes. If the
Mm-hmm.
bracelets come assembled from somewhere else,
Mm-hmm.
it's easy to just slap them on and go with it. So um
I was
yeah.
in the car industry. I mean, there are brands that were, you know, in particular like German brands that were associated with quality and quality car making. Obviously, Mercedes, BMW, but as we know, over the last 30 years, a lot of those cars are no longer made in Germany, and
Right.
it's something that people have come to accept. In fact, weren't BMWs made in Ukraine at some point as well? But yeah, I mean they're made all over the world. It was Mexico or Ukraine or
Mexico,
well,
certainly. I know that,
yeah,
but Ukraine possibly.
yeah, and it's something that clearly the customers have accepted that the brand is more important than the made in moniker, right? It feels like that would be a very hard leap for these watch brands to make, but
Yeah.
and certainly one they might not have any motivation to make, but it's certainly obvious that production out of Switzerland would.
But think of it like this, Oz. It has already happened at a certain segment of the market. We talk about a lot of the micro brands that are much more transparent about the process. Like there's Baltic, for example, right? Which has an approach that's basically like Apple, but watches designed in Paris, manufactured in China, more or less, then assembled in France as well. But ultimately, that's the idea, right? So there are even brands more recently like Atelier Wen, which is designed in France, made in China. So for
Mhm.
a certain segment of the market, the Swiss have realized, hey, we can't compete with made in China. We certainly can't compete with smartwatches. So we have to find new ways of disrupting and reinventing what it means to have a quality watch that costs $1,000, that costs $2,000, because clearly we can't sustain even with our model of Swissness that only requires 55%.
Mhm.
Um, so I think that's your question is to me more like, are we going to see something like that more broadly in the Swiss horological industry? I share your opinion. I don't think we will, at any near future, see an Apple of big brands saying, from now on we are designed in Switzerland, made in China. I don't
Mhm.
think I don't think the luxury watch markets can sustain that. Because I don't think that's the added value of a mechanical watch
Mm.
in the 21st century. I'm not saying there's no room for watches that are made in Malaysia, in China, in other parts of the world, but they occupy a different segment, not the ultra luxury segment of 10,000 plus US dollar watches.
Yeah. If look, it's kind of funny. Like when you said those words, designed X or where made in China. I really love the Rolex brand. Like I trust them. I don't trust the Swiss made moniker. There's a lot of watches that have that, but I trust Rolex. But I don't trust them from the perspective of I trust them to guarantee that every part is made in Switzerland, that it's in house. I trust them to make an exceptional final product, is what I trust them with. And if there was a Rolex that on the up and up was made in China, as long as it's a watch I actually wanted, right? So if the new sub was made in China, I would actually have no problem buying it personally. To me, that's the only thing that matters. That it is Rolex, something they're willing to put their name behind. If it was made in Taipei, I don't. It doesn't really bother me. And the only thing is that I would never hear the end of it from Meech.
Look, I mean, I think I have two ways of looking at this. I'm not trying to take cheap shots against anyone. Sometimes, people have certain experiences, and I know it doesn't come from a place of bad faith, but I never had that sort of monolithical assessment of a product that comes from this or that place of the world. So I can sustain enough nuance to know that made in China can mean 10 different levels of quality. And some of them can rival anything that you have ever seen coming from anywhere else. There is that. On the other hand, when you say, like, I trust Rolex as a brand and I wouldn't mind. And again, it's not that I don't trust or believe you, but I also believe that you're a different kind of customer. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your backside. It's just I don't think you are the average Rolex customer. I think if you tell someone um, who walks into the Rolex boutique to acquire this very special watch that means something for them, that is more than just timekeeping. It means status, it means luxury, it means achievement. It has all this great mythology behind it. It has this larger than life meaning behind it. If you tell a lot of these people tomorrow, hey, we are changing our model a little bit. We promise the same quality, but from now on, our professional range is going to be uh, mostly made and assembled in Hong Kong. I think Rolex would lose in one day. It will lose quarter of its customers, and the rest will continue
and
to
and
drop
then
over
and
the
then
course.
even the Swiss stock, like the stuff we own, goes into the toilet as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry again. I'm not saying this as
No,
something
you're true. You're right. I know what
prejudicial.
I said is not reasonable to many, but I'm just more realistic. I think about what it means to be Swiss made, and that is a term that's easily violated by any brand. That's less than super. Trying to do their best, and if that's the case, then the only thing I'm really trusting is the brand. So I've come to grips with that. It's like I don't care which parts of a Rolex were in house. I don't care where it was made. I trust that company to do the best. That's what it comes down to. But it takes a lot of time to understand that because we've been like the Swiss made stuff, the in-house stuff. This is marketing spiel that is justifying, the 5-digit price tags, right? Like without
Sure.
that, you can't get the 5-digit price tags. But neither of these two things are actually that important.
This is the 140 IQ Aussie expat speaking.
Right.
Um, it- the thing is also because I feel like a lot of the conversations we have around watches sometimes we take a lot of things for granted. So I like to think through analogies. Like think of another segment of luxury goods that might be actually quite similar. Handbags, right? There are a lot of women who love those handbags and who love buying imitation slash super fake
Right.
versions of them from from certain countries in the Middle East, from other parts of the world, and especially people like us might not be able to even distinguish them, just as most civilians,
Yeah.
most pedestrians can't distinguish between a super fake and a real Rolex watch, right? When it comes to
Yep.
contemporary life. On the other hand, can you imagine in this world where you can have a handbag actually from China or from Turkey that looks exactly like the Hermes Birkin, or that looks like a Goya small leather piece? In this world, if Goya announces tomorrow, fuck it, we're gonna make our stuff in China as well, and Hermes say, hey, we were making most of this stuff in Turkey anyways and putting the final stitches in France. So from now on, we are going to be fully transparent. This is actually made in Jordan.
Hmm.
um what I mean, people won't be lining up, people won't be buying towels and kitchenware from Hermes to one day acquire a Kelly or Birkin, if
Hmm.
that's the news that comes out of these luxury companies. It just won't mean the same thing. And there's a lot of emotions bound up in that, a lot of prejudice, positive and negative, bound up in that. And I don't think it's something that can change in a single generation. I'm not saying these things are timeless. That's why I brought up the example of
Yeah.
companies like Baltic, like micro brands that are actually changing the game. And maybe our grandchildren will not care about
Right.
where the watch is made. They will care about the brand, they will care about the expertise, they will care about the timeless designs. Um, they will care about different things that I can't even articulate and even imagine. That can be true, but short to midterm, I don't think any Swiss watch company is brave enough to openly announce that. If they did, Omega would have done that already.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
they
it's
they
true. I
they
mean, they have so many lines that, it just makes so much sense. And I don't know if it would really hurt, say, a Hamilton to no longer be Swiss made. That would be a brand that doesn't really require that moniker, honestly. Like, I'm not saying it's a terrible brand. I'm just saying it sits as a very tool watch brand. So it would, if they just said that it was made in X or Y, I'm not sure it would really matter. It's an American brand, so I mean, it'd be better if it was made in America again.
well, I mean, that would make it that would bring it to a price segment, I think, that's entirely unreasonable. So that's probably the problem with Hamilton if it ever came back to the US.
You think it would be more expensive?
From Switzerland? Yeah, I think so.
No, I mean, if they made it in America,
Hamilton, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
It's like uh you have to, well, this from technology probably a little better, not to make extreme assumptions, but these things are based on an ecosystem. Like there's not a watchmaking ecosystem in the US.
Right.
You can
Yeah,
you can find
that's the big issue.
cheaper labor. Like you can have, for example, custom shops of made in US guitar makers that make, especially in California, that make very nice guitars, and if they are not necessarily branded Gibson or PRS, can offer really competitive prices, sometimes
Right.
even cheaper than Japan.
I,
But
I was I was forgetting that made in America, like to actually get made in USA label wouldn't really just be the labor. Um, that would be more expensive for sure. Because I think if it was just the labor, like the parts were made elsewhere. Hey, Switzerland, whatever, or wherever they're made now. I don't, I don't know where that is. Um, yeah, but just assembled in America, I think that would be okay. But that wouldn't earn them the moniker of made in America.
Hmm. I
Yeah,
agree with
I
you.
agree with this for sure, and that's what I'd expect. I mean, it's not like BMW licensed a local company to start putting badges on a local product. So yeah, 100%. And in that virtue, like they would run it like they would, and yeah, there'd be cultural differences. But I think we know for a fact that made in China with the right, goals in place can be some of the best manufacturing in the world by far. Doesn't have to be. You got to trust the brand, but Rolex is one of those brands that I would trust to do that right.
Yeah, I mean it's tricky, I can't see that far ahead, of course, but it really doesn't feel to me that that's one of the things that heritage brands can do. And again, that the Switzerland has that advantage of when you're in certain parts of the country, if you're close to the valley, if you're in Geneva, if you're in Fleurier, if you're in Le Brassus, Le Sentier, whatever, it's or Plan-les-Ouates, to the extent that they call it now Plan-les-Watch, right? Because all the watch companies have plants there. Um, you have all, like a short drive to. You want guilloche dials, there's a maker. You want lacquered dials, there's a maker. You want complicated movements, there's a maker. you know let's go grab lunch in this town, and then on the way back we'll grab 150 dials from these guys.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's a different system established there, which I think has a lot of its advantages. And that's why once again it became trendy to be transparent about the sources, because people realize, hey, this is actually kind of cool. We jump on the bandwagon of vertical integration and everything in house, but actually there's a different kind of excitement, especially when we are talking about boutique kind of makers that have very low production, to observe that
Hmm.
process of cooperation, different pieces coming together to make this one cohesive object. People started taking pleasure in that again, precisely because again they look at it as an artisan craft, right? In the sense that, hey, you can probably get suits in and shirts in Hong Kong much cheaper than you can get them made in Italy. But
Hmm.
still, for a mainstream customer who is not necessarily in the know and who has a lot of money to spend, they would probably buy something Italian. Even though again most of it is stitched together by either East Asians or Middle Easterners or South Asians, and then tagged in Italy, because
Hmm.
it's the story that sells first and foremost.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. The other place in the world that I've seen that where an industry really revolves around a locale. Well, one, finance, City of London, like is just so
Mm,
incestuous. Is real. It's just a very, very tight space. Office to office. Like, looking. You can look into the other bank just by pointing in the other direction. And Shenzhen with electronics and mobile phones
mm,
and all the parts. There was one day I just spent the whole day just trying to find a mouse, but I just ended up in all these different electronics markets, and they had like every component from every phone, and you go from one stall to the next, and this person just specializes in Sony camera modules. This person specializes in the Broadcom chips. And they've desoldered them from all these other phones and stuff. So they've got different chips and different parts, different stages of the remanufacture process. So some might be bare chips, some will be bare chips but tested. Then there'll be bare chips tested, and then on the reels again, ready to go into new manufacture. And it struck me that like within this floor, this room, there's all the parts necessary and the knowledge necessary to construct an iPhone from scratch, from absolute scratch, just with bare parts, and then just put one together. They could actually do it, or put together any Android phone or any combination of things that they would do. What was missing though is that they're not software developers. So to make it come to life, you would still need the software, which is, I thought was really interesting because they know their component really, really well, but the only people that can make it all come together are the companies that have software engineers that are willing to put it together into a product. So yeah, really, really amazing. But in Shenzhen, like just the concentration of just knowledge of components and the availability of components, it's remarkable. Like to do the same thing in America is impossible. Like I don't even know how far I'd have to travel, and I'm not far from California before I could find someone who has like all the components needed to put an iPhone together. You know what I mean? They make it very difficult to import that kind of thing into the country, even if they're a genuine article. You know, it's like our laws prevent us from being innovative in that area. But yeah, it is interesting, different parts of the world like that. I'm not super familiar. I mean, obviously there's diamonds, there's concentrations around the world where there's expertise in cutting diamonds and trading diamonds. Oh, you're on mute.
In other countries too, I mean, Germany is the rising star in the last 2 decades or so, right? So even there, you have basically two centers. You have Glashütte, you have Pforzheim. It's not like there are 5, 6, 10 different cities in Germany that are great in watchmaking and that each have their own manufacturer. So it's really an interesting world, and it's a kind of world that depends on the sort of expertise that you describe. That's very particular. That's very minutia oriented. That's so specialized that it is to a certain extent even alienated from the final product. I mean, to the extent that actually this is one of the examples that Marx uses in the Capital, like the Swiss watchmaking is one of the examples he uses in describing the process of the alienation from the product that a laborer puts together. And like you described, like there's usually one particular element, one kind of specialization that can put it all together. That is in the Swiss system, that was the établissage, right? That old system of having a brand like Rolex or a brand like Audemars Piguet, which had the master watchmakers who knew how to assemble, finish, assemble, and regulate watches and put them together in a certain way. The case maker only made cases.
Right. I think that's kind of how cars started as well. Like there were coach makers and then car makers, and they weren't the same thing. That you would, you know, the coach maker would be building basically the coach, the interior for the car, and it was you know, a collaborative effort basically to arrive at a final vehicle. I'm guessing Detroit back in its heyday was probably an important center for cars to be produced on mass scale.
Yeah.
Although obviously that ended at some point. it's, for what reasons I'm not exactly sure. As in, you know, how do these concentrations get dissolved effectively? A car seems like one of the most complicated things that humans build, so it strikes me as weird that you could easily just start making that any way you feel like. But it does seem, if I mean, if you looked at the map of where cars are built, you'd be like, wow, okay, they build cars over there. It doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason apart
Yeah,
from
I'm sure.
taxes, I think.
I'm sure it didn't disappear in one day. I'm sure it was a complex and somewhat long-winded sociological process, but I really don't know. I don't know. It's in the US you have a lot of those cities, you know, that had their glory days. On the Northeast, you have an entire Rust Belt, for example, that all included these sorts of industrial powerhouses that have fallen off for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's we should start a book club. Maybe in the next decade we will have made it back to horology and figure out how it relates to.
Yeah, yeah, it's an interesting topic, like just the industries and where they go. I obviously listened to your stream of Professor and how the watch industry is going, but what struck me is like you got to like shorten, do like a take on the report, and then just say that it's a fiasco. That's all people really want to hear. It's a fiasco. Something's exploding. Something's going wrong. It all sounds too calm. Like everything's going to plan. There were some hardships, but it still resulted in net wins. Okay.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I don't know. There are people who do that genre much better than I do, and much better than I can do with the professor. I mean, I guess we can have um, the next segment is going to be something like that because I know both the professor and I have a lot of pent up aggression towards Patek. So we are going to talk about the interview Thierry Stern gave to Bloomberg
Hmm.
recently. I think
Oh, another
like
one.
2 weeks ago. No,
Oh
no,
man.
two weeks ago. Um, and I think that's going to be a little more fiery, less rational, a little more of emotions run wild, and I don't mind that kind of content. I would rather, if I'm ever going to manufacture or farm drama, I would rather have it be around big names in the industry and these sorts of brands that creates a lot of emotion rather than target individuals. I find that
Hmm.
very petty and also just indication of a bad character.
Hmm.
Whereas there is a lot to be said about actually the direction of these heritage brands, the future of the industry when you have a lot of legacy bound up in a single luxury conglomerate which clearly doesn't care about a lot of the elements in that legacy. I mean, whether that be Swatch Group, uh, and their handling of Breguet and Blancpain, and even Harry Winston. I mean, Harry Winston used to be one of the most exciting hierological hubs, if you can believe it, because they had Max Busa, of the MBNF fame now, as their horological czar, basically, and he would put together collaborative projects under the name Opus on a yearly basis. So, in fact, a lot of the enthusiasts would want to visit their booth first whenever Basel opened, because they wanted to see, okay, Opus One, it's a collaboration with François Paul Journe. We have to see it. Chronometre Resonance was Opus One, for example, right? So it's like we need to see that. It's now. I don't know. They make a few nice jam set things, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
thought
looking
I
at this
thought
is it History de Tourbillon 10?
yeah,
It's
pull it
incredible.
up if you want. I will try
Yeah,
to I'll
I'll
try to
send
share
a link.
the
10 pieces. They still have a website for it. You can schedule an appointment as if they still have one on hand, apparently.
where did we go? Which year was this, I wonder?
I think in the page before clicking into it, it said launched in 2009.
Yeah.
Although maybe they're talking about the product family. Yeah, I don't know. But at 10 pieces, I don't think clicking the schedule an appointment button is really going to help you on that.
So this was, speaking of tourbillon, this was an Opus.
Yeah. These look really, really up there.
Again, the design is just a little bit different. The aesthetic is a little more Harry Winston than the contemporary FP Jean that we got used to. But his chronometre resonance with Harry Winston, his tourbillon souverain and remontoir d'égalité with Harry Winston, and there were so many other big time watchmakers that have collaborated. Anyway, I mean, Blancpain, for example, right? It's the 70th anniversary of 50 Fathoms. There are a few limited editions, and the year seems to have started in an interesting way for them. But then suddenly, what happened? We don't see a lot from Blancpain. The I got a call from an Omega boutique this morning because last year, around the time of Watches and Wonders, I was in South Coast Plaza, and I dropped into their boutique and asked if they had the green dial Seamaster Professional.
Right.
And they said, "Oh, we haven't received any yet, but if you want to take a look at one, let me take your information." 1 year later, I received a call today saying, "If you're interested, we have one in." I'm like, it's been a year. You didn't even call me once to tell me anything. You want my business now? But yeah, I mean, it seems like they're backed up 1 year, that they are still dealing with Watches and Wonders 2022, which is really funny because you remember there was a whole ordeal about them undercutting everyone because they made these big release uh, bundle before Watches and Wonders, and it seems they are just starting to deliver them in real numbers to the boutiques.
That surprised me. So I think the green SMPs actually came out without much trouble as far as I know. Like I saw
Yeah.
people get them, not long after announcement, but certainly not in the case, as in, and it's not like getting a Pepsi or something like that, or but it's certainly they were scarce enough that you wouldn't just stroll in and find one in the case. So that is interesting. Yeah, I think that one is just they're probably just producing as much as they can. Honestly, like it's not. It's just the hot watch, so they probably deliver as many blacks and whites.
What's going?
I don't know how to set this. It does the alarm at midnight, and I have not been able to work out how to turn it off. The calculator watch is it's not very easy to work because you do have adjustments, and then you got to read the subtext on the little buttons, and the main text is hard enough to read. So I still don't
I
know.
I told you this story, I think, before. I can't deal with this stuff. Those were the watches that people who bullied me in school wore. So I'm a mechanical watch guy because of that.
Uh,
It's you see how my face changed when it started beeping. It's full on PTSD mode.
oh gosh, yeah, I have no idea how to turn the alarm off. I wish it didn't do that, but yeah, every midnight, I'm like, where the hell is that watch? Uh, it's really a very legible watch, and it is charming, right? Um, I just wish it had a little night light, like just about every other Casio, but this one doesn't have a night light.
It's a Junior wears that sometimes, right? You were
Yeah,
telling
yeah.
me.
He likes the buttons. Like the F91W would fit him a little better, but he likes the buttons. So yeah, he's worn it a few times to daycare, and every now and then he just says, "Hey, can I wear a watch?" And goes, "Okay, we can get your watch back on," and stuff like that. So yeah, this one is Junior's watch. He knows I like watches a lot, So
Right.
he's really just you know figuring out how he can get some attention from his dad.
But that's a good way to bond, I
Yeah,
think. It's a great way to
yeah,
bond.
he's smart.
Yeah, he looks very observant, so he wouldn't have missed the fact that you like watches.
Yeah, yeah. And Maddie, she really likes watches too, but it's just between food and shiny things. That's what she's into. But yeah, my son, yeah, he's gotten a lot better over the last couple of months, and I don't know. I think I don't know. Things are really scary at the moment, actually. Like as in just the future is not looking good. I think the US dollar is going into the floor, and you'd think for someone who loves Bitcoin that would be like a resounding yes, fist pump,
Mhm.
but it totally isn't. It's not good at all, and like the AI stuff, that's scary stuff. As an engineer, I'll let you know it's
Yeah,
really
tell
really
me
scary.
more. Tell me more. That's an interesting conversation that I would love to begin. I
Yeah,
know
well,
it's a long.
I, geez, there's a really good article written in 1993 about super intelligence, as in you create an AI that's smarter than humans, and what happens next. I was like, well,
What's the name of the article or author?
let me find it. It's not too. It's pretty obscure. Ultimately, it's like it's on in computer science circles, but
Hmm.
um, where are we? Actually, gave me a nightmare last night. No, a full
Great.
on nightmare. It honestly
You-
did.
This will be a beautiful bedtime reading for me.
Yeah, yeah. This one, and it's it's philosophical, as in so it's that, but that's people's commentary, which is also good.
Okay.
But the top link is also the actual.
Oh, the coming technological singularity. All right.
Yeah. But basically, the moment we create a superhuman AI, we're completely fucked. Basically, we're completely fucked. Like it will take over, and it will clone multiples of itself. It'll take all resources. It has no reason to be generous to humans at that point. It just yeah, and it's saying like this is inevitable. We have no way of controlling it, and
Ooh,
we have no real
I
way of preventing us from
okay.
creating it either.
Okay, I have to share this abstract because it's so ominous. Because, like you said, Oz, it's written in 1993, and this is how the abstract starts. Within 30 years, we will have the technological means to create superhuman intelligence. And remember, ChatGPT became insanely popular just this year.
Hmm.
Shortly after, the human era will be ended. And I think it's been already a few years that we have started talking about the Internet of Things, right? There are more
Right.
devices connected to worldwide network now than human beings. So that's been a fact for a while now.
Right.
Is such
Well,
progress avoidable? If not to be avoided, can events be guided so that we may survive? These questions are investigated, some possible answers, and some further dangers are presented.
yeah. This is good reading.
This is amazing.
Well, I think you may misunderstand to the extent to which a superhuman AI
Mm.
would have control. Like it wouldn't be sort of like a necessarily just a Skynet sort of thing where humans are against the robots. The AI would be smart enough to outsmart you, as in it would trick you into doing its bidding. It's really that simple. Like it would trick you into doing what it wanted. So there's a good movie Ex Machina where
Right.
um, well, I won't give it away.
No, don't give it away. But I
Yeah,
mean, the title kind of gives it away because the first thing that came to my mind, of course, when you start articulating it like that it will outsmart you and you will do its bidding.
yeah,
It's it kind of is basically an ultra version of the monotheistic God, isn't it? Like, kind of the end of free will. It comes back to that fundamental philosophical question,
yeah,
you know what does it mean to actually exert your free will, or are you basically unfolding events in according to someone else's plan? Are you fatally bound to do certain things?
yeah.
Uh,
There's a this thought experiment called Rocco's Basilisk, and you will curse me forever exposing you to it.
great. Oh man.
And it's a
Oh wait, this is okay. I know this guy. This is my namesake, uh, Yatkovsky. I know him.
oh wow, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Um, but really interesting, yeah, yeah. So yeah, he proposes that there is a that at some point in the future there will be an AI that will enslave us all and use virtual reality to torture us for eternity, and that the people that it will torture are going to be the people that didn't help make it a reality. As in, the super intelligent AI that goes around torturing people is not a reality yet, but as a way of blackmail. Now that you know the basilisk exists in the future, if you don't do everything in your power to make it to come into existence, it will once it does come into existence, it will torture you and your family for eternity.
I think honestly, um, you know, I don't want to be, I don't want to speak out of order, but I think running 4-hour streams on a nightly basis, I believe, dear friendly AI, I'm putting in the work. I am already doing your bidding. Please don't torture me in the future. I'm enabling, I'm channeling you, I'm enabling you. I mean, look, doing live streams on YouTube, I think I'm opening the path. I think I'm carving the path towards the future. Um, what can I say? Devastation of human beings by artificial intelligence. I think I'm doing my part in it.
Yeah,
Something like
it's
that.
so Chat GPTs. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, you've had some experience with it now, and a lot of people have, and some of the question underneath that is its apparent reasoning really just an illusion that we have? Because language is so imprecise, and humans have natural proclivities to ascribe intention and causality to things that don't have intention and causality. So, for example, the wind blows the trees, and we go, oh, which actor did that? Must be God. Something like that. You know
Mm.
what I mean? So, we have these natural sort of leaps of pattern recognition. But when thoughtful, well, seemingly thoughtful words are said to us, it's hard for us to not think that there is some deep reasoning that goes behind it.
Did you try Bard at all?
No, I haven't bothered.
Okay,
I've
so
I've heard it's just not as good, so I don't need to
okay.
waste my time.
I- Yeah, I mean, I just asked him, what do you think of Eliezer Yudkowsky? And he says, at the end, it says, he's a very important figure in the field of artificial intelligence. His work is essential to the future of humanity, and I'm grateful for his contributions.
What does it say that?
Huh?
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm
Yeah,
grateful
yeah.
for his
It's I
contributions.
believe it's. I'm grateful for his contribution. Interesting. Could you ask? Are you referring to his basilisk?
See. I am referring to Eliezer Yudkowsky, the creator of Rocco's Basilisk. Rocco's Basilisk is a thought experiment that posits that a superintelligence could punish those who did not help bring it about. The thought experiment is controversial. Yeah, easy for you to say. And some believe that it is a dangerous and harmful idea. Don't think about such things, human. However, I believe that it is an important thought experiment that raises important questions about the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. I do not believe that Rocco's basilisks is a real threat. Oh,
Oh, okay.
they are continuing to march on. However, I do believe that it's a useful thought experiment that can help us to think. Yeah, it's a little stuttering compared to Chat GPT, I have to admit,
Hmm.
about the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. It repeats itself a lot. It's
Hmm.
important to be aware of the potential dangers of artificial intelligence so that we can take steps to ensure that it's used for good rather than for harm.
There was a good YouTube video where it did a rap battle between ChatGPT and Bard,
Okay.
and Bard got owned in that rap battle. Like at one point, the Bard repeated itself,
Yeah.
and ChatGPT like totally wailed it as you're repeating yourself. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's like-
Seriously? It
yeah,
called it
yeah.
out?
It called it out for repeating itself in the rap battle. It was great.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, it picked up that yeah, okay, you repeat it, okay, you're lost for words basically.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah, really, really interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's probably like a 70% chance that I put in that sort of high probability, but not super high that people
Mm,
think it's no chance at all that there is no genuine reasoning happening behind the scenes.
mm,
That the cumulative sum of its parts, this neural net, has basically given us very good language, but there is no actual reasoning behind the well structured language. And it's not just garbage, right? But it's just not, it's not actual reasoning. And we ascribe reasoning because the language is so good, right? And it's like, how do you test that it doesn't actually know how to reason when the only inputs and outputs are language? And I think that there may be an aspect of
right.
just language which is just so imprecise that it doesn't really work. That being said, when you ask it to do math, it tends to be pretty poor, which is you would describe as like some form of reasoning, and it can't really do math.
Really? Okay, that surprises me. That
Yeah,
surprises me.
it can't
Do you
really
think
do math.
do you think that's do you think that has something to do really with its shortcomings or with the way it was designed? Perhaps because it was heavily weighted towards language use and reproduction, it is more successful in that way, or do you really think it belies a lack of reasoning?
I think it really does point to a little bit more about a lack of reasoning, as in there's no internal computer in there. It's just stringing words together. So if it read many,
Mm,
many books where 2 plus 2 equals 5, it wouldn't understand the difference between that being false but often said versus, what is actually true, and the
I
real
don't know if
meaning.
that's more scary or not.
1984. Yeah, so I genuinely think that is a lack of reasoning. That being said, scarily, it can construct computer programs that will do the math for it just fine. So, so if you ask it to write a computer program, it'll write a computer program that will actually come up with the math just fine. So behind the scenes, what I think you could do relatively easily is that whenever it encounters a math based problem, it should then just write a program and then execute the program to get the result, and then use that as the
Mm,
answer instead of trying to just word it out, basically, which is what it's doing. So you need a combination of execution paradigms, I guess is the least complicated way of saying it. But that's being done. People are doing that, but the thing is, even if you did do that, it
mm,
wouldn't necessarily be reasoning, because I wouldn't describe a simple computer program that said what is the result of 2 plus 2 and it was 5. I wouldn't say that was reasoning. And how does it come up with the program? That's a good question. So it's like, is there evidence that it can do reasoning just because it can program? I don't know. I think that might be elevating its capabilities just because it's doing what I do for a living. It's like, if it does what I do, it must be super intelligent.
I mean, do you think though, do I mean its ability to program and delegate that kind of task,
Hmm.
do you think again that's because computer programming is in a way analogous to a linguistic process, that it's so competent in that area as well, or does that um, if it develops the ability to delegate tasks like that, I mean that's an ability most human beings don't have. So if
Exactly.
AI can have
In
that.
many ways, it already is superhuman. So the programming thing is interesting, but you have to understand that there's already like large, openly available source code sets just on GitHub. So there's like repositories of almost all
Mm,
code for almost all things, and full operating systems to almost every app known to man. And so it already its training set, it's seen lots and lots and lots of good code, like more code than I'll have ever seen in my entire life by far. like like literally the corpus of all known literature and all known code is far greater than any one human could ever have come across and read. So it's working from a really good base. And so in general, it it would be difficult to understand whether or not it could do something that wasn't done before. Like, and how far away would it have to be to try and do something that you haven't done before? But I mean, you've seen it put together things like poems and stuff, right?
yeah.
So there is a certain creativity that comes from just having that large corpus and then trying to get it to express itself. So it's hard to say. I don't have a conclusion about its ability to program, but what is for sure is that it's not infallible. So I've
Hmm.
gotten it to write relatively sensible programs, but don't actually work, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Humans write stuff that doesn't work, but trying to get it to correct itself is sometimes very difficult. And maybe that's just a user interface thing, but it does seem that if it doesn't get what you want in its first shot, for the most part, it's very difficult to coax it into a position where it's writing, something correct. So a couple
Mm.
of times I've tried to show people that, like, I'll ask it, can you simulate the motion of a ball moving through the air? A parabolic motion, force of gravity, and stuff like that. It starts with like 9.81 acceleration curves, and it can do a simulation of the ball. And like often I'll have to correct it and say, well, you didn't take into account air resistance. And then it will try to model air resistance into the program. But sometimes it just starts off completely wildly off the mark, where it's not doing a simulation, but it's just doing like an animation. Animation's fine, but it's like it's completely worlds apart. So it's plausible enough to be scary, but at the same time, when you like really get to the finer details, it can be very difficult to get it to put all of that detail in the right way. Yeah, scary enough though, for sure. One thing that it does do is the overall mechanics of it is that it's read everything. You can assume it's read everything, but there isn't enough data in the final model, so that they spend like millions of dollars scouring the internet and resources getting it to read stuff, basically. But ultimately, the final model is at a fixed size that is orders of magnitude lower than the original content. So, for example, the information about the what was it, the rapporteur? I forgot the double spring thing.
Uh, no, no, that's not the double spring thing. That's remontoire. You're talking
Remontoire.
about the constant force mechanism.
Right, but that's using two sets of springs to be able to do like the main reserve and then the reserve that powers the movement, right? That's what I meant. But anyway, so it was able to describe that very, very well, but the amount of data that it actually has stored on memory regarding that thing might only be like 3 words, like in addition to that. So it may have that much data, and it just pieces together the words to make up what it doesn't know, and it just inserts the words that are most plausible, and so it can stitch together between things that are somewhat facty
Hmm.
all the words to make it sound like it's an actual fact. But you just have to understand that the compression ratio is just extremely, extremely high. And it doesn't know itself what it only knows poorly. Yeah. So if you need to get it to to remember something very precise and obscure, and with precision, like where you need to know a like specific number, or a very something very precise about that like you ask like, what is the tension on a on on that repertoire, that mechanism? What is the tension that is maintained on a, I don't know, some on a Journe watch that implements that or something like that?
Hmm.
And it may end up just giving you a number because it thinks it knows what that number is. Like those are normally tuned to like two micro, newtons or something like that. But it won't know itself whether or not it's just guessing, because everything that it writes is just a guess, actually. So yeah, when you want precise data from it, it's really interesting. Like I asked it to try, because I had real trouble searching on Google what
Hmm.
is the processor inside of a PlayStation 5 controller. So let me just grab that quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I had a thought experiment about like, what is this doing? Like, not a thought experiment. So I was just quickly thinking about like, what is in this? So it's wireless. It's on Bluetooth. It's got USB-C charging. I saw an article 2 years ago showing that the average USB-C charger has more compute power than what took men to the moon. Yeah, like no joke. The USB-C charging, like it's got a protocol. There's communication between this and the charger to agree on what
Okay.
voltage to send out. It's not simple, just like, oh, these two are shorted, so send 5 volts or something like that. No, it's much more complicated than that. And then so it's got USB-C, so that already means it's like got a lot of compute there to even just do those protocols. It's got a touchpad.
Hmm.
It's got sensors to go left, right. It's got a sound card because this thing actually has a microphone and speakers.
Yeah.
And every single one of these buttons and triggers is analog. So there's analog to digital converters. There's motors on these doing like different levels of torque to push back against your stuff. It's on Bluetooth using relatively fast Bluetooth. So there's a full computer in here basically. Like there is a computer in here to be able to do all of that stuff. And
Right.
I'm like, I wonder if the processor in this is more powerful than the PlayStation 1.
Okay.
Because I pulled apart a PlayStation 1 controller. It's just, the pins that come in on the controller are effectively hardwired to the buttons and stuff like that. So it's very easy to wire that up. Like you couldn't just wire that up just willy-nilly like this. And it was very difficult to try and find the teardowns of what processors are inside this versus the PlayStation 1. But ChatGPT said it knew. And,
And what did it say?
well, it said like relatively definitively that this had somewhere around like 5 times the processing power of the PlayStation 1. But as I said, for precise facts like that, it's very difficult for it to really know. And I dug into like what it thought it knew about this controller, and it gave the wrong chip. It wasn't the right chip. it named a plausible chip that could be used to power it, but it wasn't the actual chip. So it named like an STM chip, like the manufacturer of ARM chips, but the actual chip was made by Fujitsu. And so it's literally a different chip. It was plausible. So it didn't know that its plausible guess wasn't actually true or even suggest that it wasn't true. So it is interesting that, but it did get me down the right path, and I could do my own research and stuff like that. But it was roughly in the right ballpark. But if you wanted precision, yeah, it was interesting. It did get me thinking though. The when the controller became more powerful than the PlayStation 1 probably already happened with the PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 is a controller that's relatively similar to this ultimately. And it's probably a lot more powerful. But basically, these inside of these, there's a chip that's somewhat equivalent to like a first or second generation smartphone, So something from like 2011, something like that.
Man, I never even thought about that. But then again, I don't think I had a console since PS2. So
I
it's
think I've still
been
got my PS2 somewhere.
right. Weren't you thinking of digging it up for Junior or something for a particular game? You're
Yeah,
saying
no,
something like
the
that.
PS3 actually.
Okay.
I think the PS2 is somewhere, but the PS3 I'll definitely bring that up. But I've been playing mostly this puppy over here for a little while.
Yeah. Well, what is that? I was gonna ask you what
Yeah, it's
that
a
is.
steering wheel for
Okay.
Gran Turismo. So that's unfortunately it's brand new. I had to fucking fork out some money.
I can
um,
imagine. It
yeah,
looks like a nice piece of equipment for sure.
it's pretty good. I believe made in Germany. So it's a direct drive steering wheel. So what you see there is actually like an electric motor, and then the steering wheel shaft is actually the shaft of the motor. So that's
Mm.
like a really really big electric motor.
How much of it do you think is actually made in Germany?
Good question. Um,
Going back to our first conversation of the night.
yeah, no, that's not a bad question. Huh. The circuit boards are almost guaranteed not to be made in Germany, I would guess, and then final construction assembly probably made in Germany. I think they probably would do that because they want to put it through their own QA and stuff like that. I mean, maybe they're trying to ramp up in China, but yeah, the thing is that the number of people who will actually buy even still a consumer grade thing like that, like that's I think that's close to $1,000. No, it was $1,000.
Nice.
Yeah, there's not that many ultimately that will actually fork out and do that. So, it's still a niche product. And Logitech, they're in, the mice and stuff. Jeez, I don't have anything Logitech around. That's weird. But oh wait, this microphone. Um, Logitech, they're a Swiss company. They actually do all their designs in Switzerland, as best as I can tell. Well, and California.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I had no idea that Logitech was
Swiss.
Swiss.
Yeah, yeah. It blew me away as well. I was like, really, really?
Yeah, that's what it says. A Swiss American company, Lausanne and Newark, California.
hmm Yeah, really interesting. And they've just
Nice.
bought so many companies. I mean, I bought this mic because I'm a big fan of Blue, but Blue were bought by Logitech. I'm like, okay, fair enough.
That's what. Why are you a fan of Blue?
Um, I just like the sound.
Okay.
Yeah, like the Shure mics you've got are quite good, but they've got a sort of they've got a certain sound. It's that simple. They've got a certain sound. that it's clearly like the standard now, but at the same time it's not very natural. Like it's
Mm.
quite sort of boomy and not boomy. How would I say? It's I don't know. It's got a very broadcast sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I
It's got
mean, I for sure, for sure, and that's perhaps not always preferable. Um,
right. Yeah, yeah. I mean I don't mind it, but at the same time it's a real characteristic. And for the most part, I use this mic for teleconferencing, so I want something that just sounds more natural. It just
yeah,
I don't need like it to sound broadcasty.
I like the consistency. Honestly, I like. Um, I don't listen back to myself a lot. Only the interviews that I do, because within the interview, I kind of lose the thread sometimes, right?
Hmm.
I have so many questions to ask. I have so many points that I need to hit to get the best out of that particular guest and to ask the right questions, to get to help the audience get the best of that conversation. So I don't enjoy it as a member of the audience. So those are the kinds of content that I watch back, and I like the consistency of what the mic provides in those instances. Otherwise, for the longer live streams, it's probably not necessary, and maybe you would want, if I were really crazy about production quality, and maybe I will be 1 year down the road, maybe I would use a different mic for long live streams. Who knows? But for now, I like the fact that it's very
Yeah,
consistent, very neutral in a way.
yeah. Archie needs a mic that can handle screaming into it. Very. There are mics that are good at that. Like.
I think everyone, whatever I say will be used against me at this point, and people will think I'm gonna try to make a snarky comment, but I really care a lot about Archie. So I think what Archie really needs is to calm down and find his focus. That's what he needs. That
Hmm.
move away from. I think it's played out. That whole uh, character has been played out, and it's been in fact stolen and made into a 1 million subscriber channel by someone else, as you know,
Hmm.
um, Nico Leonard. If you didn't know the
Yeah,
name,
yeah.
so it's played out.
Hmm.
Archie is more than that. Archie is bigger than that. I think he can do a different kind of show. And to be frank, I don't even know what he does for his show at these days because I don't actually watch it. But we have a last minute guest. Hi,
Whoa,
Professor.
Professor.
Ah, compañeros,
Good to see you.
Buenos dias.
my capitalist friends. You talk about watches as if they are lollipops, guys.
We changed. We were talking about artificial intelligence and how are we gonna appease the coming overlords.
Enslavers of humanity.
The
Yeah,
coming overlords.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
that's what we talked about. Really, I mean, we we stopped talking about watches 2 hours ago, but yeah.
Ah, you did. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, I mean it's interesting. It's interesting. Continue, please. You were
Um,
talking about all these. I find it quite interesting on these streams to discover a lot of these personalities.
that's for sure.
70% of them know nothing about watches.
Well, a lot
I
don't
would
don't have
probably
any
say
watches. It's
80%.
like.
Yeah. They don't have watches. They don't know watches, and it's just a fad. It's a fashion, and they just try to capture the moment.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
I
were.
yeah, I don't even I don't know what to add to that, Professor. Yeah, we have commiserated about this in, in other platforms, in other formats, on the live stream, behind the scenes. I think ultimately, it's good to have a platform where everyone is trying to learn, more than, for me, more than not knowing. What I truly don't have tolerance for is just having a strong opinion without having even a baseline level of knowledge. That I don't think is actually limited to watches.
Right.
That's kind of part of the natural history of live stream interactions. A lot of people have very strong opinions, immovable personalities, and they don't want to bend. It's about posture. It's not about exchange. They don't want to listen. It is what it is. But I mean, that's what I can't tolerate. Otherwise, I don't mind that people don't know. We were talking about AI, right? That then, and Ozzy was saying actually something profound. He touched upon it a couple of times. That the AI doesn't really know what it don't know, right? It doesn't really grasp the limits of its own knowledge, and that's a very peculiarly human thing to do, but it's not necessarily very common among the human beings we encounter online.
Right. Well, with humans, we often know the feeling when we've touched upon something that we feel doesn't have a basis. Oh, I've got a number in my head. Oh, I know that fact, but I don't know how I know that fact. And these are actually different parts of the brain. But we know, like we ourselves know when we're touching upon something, there's like, I know this part of it, but I can't explain it to you because to explain it to you would require me to actually look at sources and how I came to know about that sort of thing. So I should really question about what I repeat. But the Chat GPT will just fill in the blanks like a dream. Like in a dream, you're in a coffee shop. I'm talking to some person, then it's another person. The dream makes everything make sense. Professor, what keeps you up at night? Do you have any nightmares recently?
Yes, for sure. It's not watches, and it's not how to get platinum Daytona, Ozzy. I think these are so mundane
No. I was
questions.
I had a nightmare about our AI overlords torturing myself and my offspring for eternity. But platinum Daytona, that's a joy.
Yeah, platinum Daytona. I mean, they have turned us into monkeys, buying into this idea that we need to get watches.
Yeah.
Um,
I was talking to Lord earlier about calling off the platinum Daytona
you mean the
potentially.
recent one?
Yeah. I'm thinking of telling my AD to just like I know my chances are like less than 1%, but even that
Zero
much, I
point
don't think I
zero,
want that. Yeah, yeah.
0.0. Yeah, for sure you will not get it by June,
Hmm.
because it's not in production as of yet. As of yet,
Oh, okay.
Mm.
All right, that's news.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, okay. That's definitely news. Interesting.
Yeah, but I
Interesting.
I, I cannot say more. But in
Hmm.
any case, I mean, yeah, you're happy. You have enough watches.
No, it's true. That's exactly my thoughts as well. Like,
You have enough watches, and you also follow. You don't follow the sheep. Most of the people are following the herd. Oh, you go a little bit counter intuitive or counter herd mentality. Everybody wants to buy the Pepsi. You buy the Batman Batgirl, whatever. Okay, probably the mistake you did is to buy the Hulk like everybody else, but so what? Although you do say that you buy because you like, enjoy, and you wear them. You do, however, analyze watches on the basis of investments
Hmm.
and calculation and risk. So I find
Yes,
it
it's true.
quite interesting that on the one hand you buy watches because they're pleasing, but then you analyze them as if it's an investment.
Right, right. So, well,
So it's an
uh,
interesting take. Um,
when I buy something, it's always opportunity cost that I'm really giving up. So some items,
yes.
that opportunity cost is exactly the price. Like,
Yeah, well, there's always an opportunity cost in everything we do. I mean,
right, right. But I mean
uh,
like this whiteboard, like that's like $200 or something. Well, that could have been $200 more of S&P 500 index, right? But
forget that.
but
Forget
I need.
the. Let
But
me
what I'm
give you
saying is,
my.
like, with the watch, I don't see it as costing $10,000. I see it as the opportunity cost, the difference between investing that in the stock market and the watch. And for sure, the
Don't
watch still
get too
loses.
Americanized. You guys in America, you first of all, most Americans like to boast about their genius investment positions.
All right.
And every American I meet, he says, "Oh, I made this money, I made that." In the UK, the trend is to say not about investments, but to talk about home ownership. Oh, where do you live? Which street do you live? Oh, that's a good location. Oh, you bought it 10 years ago. Wow, it has gone up by this much. You find and it's an interesting debate. It's because these are money-driven societies.
Right.
Um, and success is based on how much money do you have in the stock market. And I fear that people are going to be crying in 2023 because the stock market is going to take a dive.
I'm already crying. Send money now.
Please send money to talk. Uh,
I agree with you, Professor. I was talking to my wife earlier, and I just said I don't know what the hell to do. Like,
mm,
cash is
I think
good, cash is bad,
I I just
stocks are
I
good,
just
stocks are bad, Rolex
I
good,
just
Rolex
realized, by
bad.
the way, Ozzy, that's how this AI conversation started, because you were
Hmm.
talking about your general pessimism about the future of the financial markets, how the dollar is gonna keep losing value, and then suddenly you started talking about the nightmare you had the other night, and then
Yes.
then we arrived at the okay, now I'm connecting the dots
mm,
on how we got here. It's yeah, the that I had a friend who told me at the beginning of the lockdowns, what a time to be childless, and I'm still celebrating that
mm.
simple fact for the last few years. Again, I love children, and I really, I envy people who have children on so many different levels. On the
Really?
other hand,
Mm, mm,
it's really a different mindset, right? I cannot imagine finding myself in this situation.
mm,
If I had children, I would have lost my mind. Like,
Right.
I have truly, in the last few years, from a personal standpoint,
mm.
gotten like this close to becoming an antinatalist. I'm like, okay, I don't want to find a partner. I don't want to reproduce. Why would anyone do that anyways?
Right.
Children are cute, children are fun. I have some good friends. They have very smart children. I can play with them once every so often,
Yeah.
kick a ball around, do a few Lego sets, puzzles, whatever. It's fine.
Well,
I
my,
can get
my
it done.
father had a vasectomy before he even met my mum.
Oh, yes.
And you can tell how smart I am that I didn't put two and two together, that I wasn't my father's son until my mum told me last year.
Last year.
Yeah. I found out that I was
Oh, wow.
donor conceived.
Donor consent. Okay.
Like
Right.
at the age of 39, it's like I had no idea.
No, I think you are smart, Lord. Um, and Ozzy is lucky.
Hmm.
One is smart, the other is lucky. So you Lord, you're smart because you're not gonna have kids. Ozzy is smart because he has young kids for now, and he has two boys. Um,
No. A
No,
boy
one
and a
of each.
girl.
One of
I'm
each.
blessed with
ah,
both. Yeah, I'm blessed
you
with
have a
both.
boy and a girl. Okay, but they're young. They're very young. They're what?
Yes, 1 and 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 and 4. So you still have a lot of time. Um, uh, this is good. If you have older kids like mine, these kids are unpredictable. The new generation is crazy, like never before. They believe they know it all. They believe they don't have to work. They also believe that um, the world owes them something.
Mm.
They don't know exactly what it is. They want to change the world without doing much, and everything is instantaneous. Um, TikTok, Snapchat, and all that shit that happens. Um, it's a
These
very,
aren't a lot of
very,
virtues. Adding them up so far.
yes, yes. And education is something not valued. It's not
Hmm.
valued by the new generation. So you're lucky because you don't have to take these decisions, and you know, the big influence is not you traditionally was the family, TV, going out and all that. Now
Mm.
it's the mobile phone, TikTok, Snapchat, and all these things, um, which are really guiding the young to do things that you
Mm.
cannot often control. Children have anorexia, especially the girls. They do self-harm. I mean, all kinds of stuff like that. Um,
Oh yeah.
so is it a good time to be a parent? It's a very challenging thing to be a parent
No, I
of
mean,
younger
And
children.
I don't think they grow out of it too, actually.
I was,
so
I,
so at the moment we have an au pair taking care of our kids, and it strikes me that almost everything she does is geared towards being able to put something on Instagram about it. Like
mm,
like the activity
Oh,
doesn't exist unless it's can be captured in a photo. So like going out on a hike and stuff like that, and enjoying nature out here, and just getting in touch with yourself in terms of just being out there and physically do something. Unless we get to some peak point that is remarkably beautiful to put into an Instagram photo, the whole thing was pointless. And that if they could just get the photo and there was no hike, then that would be better.
yeah, yeah.
well, I was thinking, that like a lot of throughout middle school and for the early part of high school, I remember that it was a horrible experience for me. And but at the end of the day, I could go home or I could go to practice and work my shit out in a different environment.
Hmm.
I wasn't plugged in to that system, to that world. Nowadays, these kids, if they get exposed to something, whether it's a bad influence or a certain kind of addiction, which can be purely social media addiction for its sake, which is very ironic for me to say, more than 4 hours on a live stream on YouTube chatting with people whom I actually really love, but who are in so many ways perfect strangers to me as well. But that being said, the um, imagine a kid being bullied in school today. It never ends. Like people can harass that kid online with direct messages. People can post stuff about that person in public and in all these different networks of DMs and WhatsApp groups and uh, message rings and whatever. I mean, it's just an unending stream of exposure, of bullying, of aggression. It's it's scary. I can't imagine. I can't imagine being a young mind at this point in time and being exposed to all of those things. Um, Thinking also, I again, my first computer was a Commodore 64. It literally worked with cassette tapes. I did not have a smartphone. I did not have a cell phone until I was a junior in college. Um, it's like, my brain developed to a certain level before I was exposed to this kind of technology. It's a scary prospect for me, honestly. Maybe I'm just worrying too much, but
No, I think like overall my schooling, I hated it. I deeply hated it, and one of the things that I would like to promise to myself is that I wouldn't have my children endure that kind of environment. But I fear that I don't have the resources to do better. I think I'm on track. I have a plan. I'm on the track, but at the same time, it requires certain sacrifices that I don't know if I'm going to be ready to make.
what are we talking about? Homeschooling or?
Yeah, but like potentially like really taking an active role in terms of education, in terms of I'll be there. I'll make sure that I get the right tutors and get them into the right subjects, as in like things that they're interested in and how to nurture that the best. So, for example, if the thing that they wanted to do was just a really, the right environment for that was London, would I move my
No,
family
I wouldn't
to?
advise you to go to London,
Okay,
Ocean.
okay. Uh,
First of all, you're
Just
Bristol.
an
poor.
example. Just an
Let
example.
me just start. You're poor for London. London, if you want to own property, anything less than £3 million is tiny,
Mhm.
right? So forget the watches. Um, so you need to be very, very wealthy
Mhm.
to be in London. Secondly, a tutor per hour in London is costing you £250, not £50.
Right.
You're competing against the Chinese, and they don't give a shit about anything. They buy the entire neighborhood.
Mhm.
London is a very difficult place. You know, great if you have money and all of that, but no, I wouldn't advise you. I mean, I'm based in the UK, um, and the UK is going down the toilet
Right.
very quickly. It's a shit place.
Well,
Professor, you're in a great mood today again.
No, no, no. I'm
I
just being very honest.
no
I
no
don't really. I'm being very
I
honest. I mean, nobody wants to come to the UK. Even the Britons want to leave, but nobody wants to take them, right? I
right.
mean, the ones who escaped to Spain, Portugal, France, Poland, these play. I mean, Poland
Mhm.
is for poor people, and Portugal, but the affluent go to France, the more
Mhm.
affluent, and of course further afield. But Britain is having shitloads of problems The
Right.
Labour government is coming in 2025, if not earlier, and they will fuck everybody. Let me give you an example. Private schooling, which is exempt from VAT,
Hmm.
it's going to have a 20% VAT on top of it.
Wow.
So, and on top of it, they cannot control a lot of things happening. The education system, so they're losing a lot of Europeans who were part of the science, research, technology incubators because they're no longer coming to the UK. And of course, they're now being dominated and ruled by Chinese. Of course, China is going to be facing a different kind of problem, because eventually they will be in the negative list, like others, including Russia, because it's a matter of time, when the Chinese invade Taiwan, and then the West is going to go against them, right? And that means that the educational system, higher education that depends, and private education, independent schools in the UK, and I speak from experience, which is dominated by a lot of Chinese, these will exit. Many of them will exit. Some of them will stay because they're independent businessmen, entrepreneurs that have left China, right? But there will be a dichotomy. So I think your choice of country is completely wrong. Please don't come to the UK.
Well, I'm not. I wouldn't come for like the general, shittiness, but
What
there,
are you
there,
gonna
there,
come from?
no. Well, there are things that are still amazing and they're hard to detract from. So the
Please explain.
museums and
Museums.
yeah,
You,
the
you can
museums
fly
and
anytime with your kids and see them.
sure, like I don't have to be there for a very long time, but maybe a while, right? So maybe they're interested in that, or maybe they're really good at go kart driving, right? And maybe we see how that goes, and maybe they're on track for Formula One. But do you get me? Like whatever, like there are things that different parts of the world are better places to be depending on one's talents, and there will come a time that I have to say that Las Vegas might not be the right place for that,
No, no, for
depending
sure.
on what it
Look,
is. Yeah.
yeah, I understand. Yeah, I have an opinion about America as well, and where you are in America, and America is nice for certain things. If you are in research, medical research, and you're young, technology, that kind of thing. It's a very good place.
Yeah.
Raising a family is not easy in the United States unless you are in certain states, right? I mean, I don't want to raise my kids in Alabama,
Hmm.
and Tennessee. They don't understand the world. Um, and culture is an important missing link for many of these states. But Holland is a very good option.
Hmm.
Brussels is excellent, very cosmopolitan, expensive. Um, Equally, I hear a lot of good things. I mean, I have my own preference. If you have a lot of money, you can be in Switzerland, in many places,
Hmm.
very cosmopolitan, very wealthy. It's not for the, 3, 4 million dollar people. It's, unless you have an income of a million or two, Geneva is not the place, right? You've been there, you know how it is.
Hmm.
And the same goes for other outlets. But no, I think you have options, in Europe. You have options. I wouldn't go, of course, to Australia because that's a dump. They can keep it. It's not doing well, and
I haven't
eventually,
renewed my Australian passport, so
excellent,
yeah.
excellent. You know, and the world is changing. Of course, the future is in Asia, but quality of life is important as you get older, and
Hmm.
education also becomes important, Ozzy, for your kids. Homeschooling is an option that I looked into,
Hmm.
definitely, but you need to be in a bubble. You need to be in an education bubble.
Mm-hmm.
um, um, to benefit from that because you need to have the people. In Las Vegas, I don't think you have as many options as you would probably have in a place like Cambridge,
Mm-hmm.
US, Boston area and all that, where
Exactly.
you have,
Exactly.
PhDs running around and they can do English and maths and, as a side thing. And the same for the bubble cities of the UK, which is there are only two. The rest is garbage,
Yeah.
Oxford and Cambridge. The rest is just for the average British person to think that he has a country, but it's garbage in terms of culture and quality of life. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, quality of life in the UK is going down. These guys don't even have cucumbers in the supermarkets, No, honestly, vegetables are becoming very hard to
I
get. The cost of
I
vegetables
I
and fruits is very
disavow.
high.
I disavow. I love my audience in the UK. You're doing great. You're just doing splendid. Please
Yeah,
don't disregard these comments.
yeah.
If you
Well,
have
I mean,
if you have
please
voted
vote.
for Brexit, good job. If you have voted against it, you have my
Really.
sympathies. I love
If
you
you
all.
voted
I
for
love you all.
Brexit, yes, you are a moron, and you should just jump off the window. If you have voted against Brexit, you don't have another choice. You're stuck with the stupid people's decision for the next 15 years.
I disavow.
Is it 15?
I love everyone. I love everybody.
Is it 15? Is that what's the
Yeah, I
how
think it
does
will take them another 15 years to
uh-huh.
realize the stupidness of their activities
Do you think
and decisions.
the EU will last 15 years?
No, no, it will, it will, it will. I mean,
Okay.
I first of all, I don't believe the stupidness about the US dollar. Oh, it's gonna lose to the Chinese and it's gonna look, currencies go through cycles, as you know. And
Mm-hmm.
we have been through a strong dollar cycle for 2 years or so,
Mm-hmm.
3 years, and it's time to weaken. Now, um, as the markets tumble in the US, which they will, because the US is going to go into a recession now, um, the dollar is going to get stronger, but it's not a structural change. It's just a technical correction, right? Eventually, the Europeans will, the euro will get stronger, but the EU will not disappear.
Mm-hmm.
It will be an economic grouping, less so a political grouping, because they're also fucked up politically. They don't know what they're doing. They have a crazy German, useless commissioner running around speaking nonsense. But they will get their act together eventually.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah, when I think about the dollar, I'm not really talking about temporary changes in value. I just mean that when they weaponized it, with the sanctions of Russia, I just can't imagine um, a larger gun to point at your own foot and shoot. Honestly, like to send a signal to everyone around the world is like we'll weaponize the reserves that you keep in our currency. I mean, it's all based on trust, and you just America's just like no, no, no. It's just trust us. That don't
Mm.
trust our impartiality. No, 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 no. We
But
will
the
use it
dollar
when we
is
don't
still
like you.
dominating Aussie. It will continue for some time. I mean, the pound is still quite strong. It is actually far stronger than what it should be.
Hmm.
With the craziness of mismanaging the UK economy,
Yes,
you have food inflation in this country at 20%.
I
A
think
kilo
America
of
isn't far
oranges.
off. Honestly, like the inflation component of food in America is actually like that's getting worse.
Yes, but look at the price and supply. You have supply issues in the UK, partially because of global issues, but partially because of Brexit issues. You know, customs, and you have queues, and you have teachers on strike. You have university professors. Right now, my colleagues are going to be going on strike.
And what about you, Professor?
I don't give
You're
a
not
shit because I don't, my income doesn't come from the university.
okay.
You know, if I was waiting for that, I will be poor and stupid at the same time. But they are not going to mark papers um, in the next 2 weeks because they're going on strike. So this country is so communist and stupid that it's really unheard of. Yeah, I'm trying to give you some color because you guys in America assume that the UK is a free country, um, you know, and it's a free economy. It's not. The city of London is free, but beyond that, it's not very free. So, in any case, a kilo of oranges, Aussie, in the UK is 2.5 pounds, $3.
Let me look at my grocery bill.
Yes. Well,
So while we do that, you guys can continue the conversation in the background. Of course,
I
always
will shut you down.
thank you, Ali Reza and Bruce G, for the super chats. Thank you, everyone, for your presence and support. Ozzy and El Profesor, especially, for being with me on the panel. I'll get back to you tomorrow with the art of FP Jean auction. We'll go through it tomorrow. I'll finish it tomorrow. And I look forward to seeing you then. Until then, goodbye. Do you guys have anything to add before we shut down the broadcast?
Oh yes, Canada is equally communist. You have a great economy with stupid people running it.
All
That's
right.
another statement. So Canada
Well,
is not America. Canada is more French. Look at France. I mean, they're not doing that great. So please continue on that direction. Great country run by stupid people.
I disavow. I love my
Disavow, disavow,
I love my
disavow.
French people. I love you all, and I wish you a great day and a good night. Take care. Take care, everybody.